uncalled.
Started in the spirit of being more or less on time. So Secretary Ulmer, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Alchek? Commissioner Gardias?
Present.
Vice Chair Keller?
Present.
Commissioner King?
Present.
Chair Michael?
Present.
Commissioner Rosenblum? Commissioner Tanaka? 5 present.
Okay. Just as a schedule update, on Wednesday, June 25th, our regularly scheduled meeting is going to be canceled. And then on July 9th, we're going to include in our agenda a study session for the priorities of the Planning and Transportation Commission for the remainder of the year. So we're going to start early with a study session at 5 p.m. on July 9th. With that, we'll move to oral communications. This is the time when members of the public may speak to any item not on the agenda. And do we have any speaker cards? No. Having none, we will move on to, I guess we address agenda changes, additions, and deletions. And then let's have the director's report from Director Gittleman.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'll make this brief. First, just a recap of Council actions past and coming up. At the last meeting, the Council considered our budget. They tentatively adopted the budget, although it requires one more action by the Council. And I know you'll be pleased that we did request some additional positions, 2.5 additional positions in the budget to help us cope with some of the priorities that the Council has identified for the year and some of our ongoing projects. So we'll be, once the budget is finally adopted, moving to recruit and fill those positions as soon as we can. Upcoming items on the Council's calendar: at their next meeting, they're going to have a study session on the county's expressway plan. So if any of you are interested in the county's expressways in the city of Palo Alto, you might want to listen into that one. Then on June 23rd, which is the final meeting before the Council takes their break, they have 2 really weighty, by which I mean potentially long and controversial current planning items on their agenda: the 261 Hamilton project, University Arts Building across the street, and the appeal of a CalAV architectural review, and the tentative map that the Commission saw at their last meeting. So that'll be on the 23rd of June. Then on June 24th, we have the last in a series of 3 planning workshops related to the visioning phase of the comprehensive plan update. So if any of you are interested in attending, that's going to be 6 p.m. on June 24th at the Elks Lodge in South Palo Alto. I think it's going to be a good wrap-up of these 3 sessions. It's going to focus on alternative futures. So how could we use the comp plan to chart a different future than just doing nothing? I'd encourage you to attend, and I'd be happy to answer questions about that if you have them. We're also still soliciting interest from folks who would like to participate in what we're calling the leadership group for the comp plan process. We're specifically looking for people who have established networks in the community and are interested in meeting with us on a monthly basis and helping to guide the project through to completion. Then, just to reiterate, the chair, I think, already mentioned this. We're thinking the council is off in the month of July. The commission will meet in July, but we thought we would cancel your next meeting, June 25th. And on your first meeting in July, we thought we'd start early at 5 p.m. with a special session on commission priorities and just a kind of a follow-up from the offsite the commission did earlier this year. I think that's all for this evening.
So one question I had, Hillary, is I understand that there was an Palo Alto meeting last night, and was there anything that would be appropriate to update us from that discussion?
Yes, thank you, Chair Michaels. We did have a meeting last night. It was not as well attended as I would have hoped. Commissioner Keller was there, though. I much appreciate your attendance. We talked about growth management strategies that are in use in other communities in California, and about how we would could potentially direct growth that is projected to occur in Palo Alto if we do nothing. If we change nothing about our comprehensive plan and zoning, we're projected to grow by over 13,000 residents and 24,000, I think, jobs by 2030. And so we had a good discussion with those in attendance about what that might mean. It was a good kind of lead in to this next workshop on the 24th about alternative futures. The results from all of these workshops are making their way to our website, and I encourage you to check out the Comp Plan Update website, because it now contains an interactive tool or a question about strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, following up on the first workshop. And it will be updated to include further interactive opportunities on this question of alternative futures as we proceed through the end of June and July. So thanks for the opportunity to make that clear.
Vice Chair Keller.
So two things. One is, I understand that we will be in the council conference room in July because of remodeling in the council chambers. So just since we are doing the EIR scoping, and since getting that verbatim minutes correct is important, I'm wondering if any particular measures will be done to ensure that that it is easier for Robin to take the minutes and get them done, because it was a challenge for some of the meetings here. It's going to be even more of a challenge in there.
Oh, thank you for raising that issue. We'll work with the clerk's office upstairs to see if we can make that happen.
The second thing is, I went to both of the Our Palo Alto meetings, although I didn't go to the earlier presentations that preceded the Our Palo Alto. I went to the two scoping meetings, but I didn't go to the meetings that preceded the two scoping meetings. And I'm wondering how we will get through the process of understanding the feedback from the population about how much we should grow, because the discussion last night was primarily about where we should grow, not how much, not whether we grow a little. In fact, there was a joke about the fact that there was a typo. It said Palo a lot comp plan instead of Palo Alto comp plan, and it wasn't clear whether we want to be the Palo a lot comp plan or whether we want to be the Palo a little comp plan. So do we want to grow a lot, or do we want to grow a little?
Well, I would encourage those of you and those in the audience who are interested in that question to come to the workshop on June 24th, where we're going to talk about alternative futures. I think it's clear that we can define a range of alternatives that have different amounts of growth in them, and different strategies for managing and controlling growth and directing it within the city. I'm presuming that we'll look at a spectrum of alternatives, with some alternatives with very little growth and some with more. So if you want to be engaged in that discussion, June 24th at 6 p.m. at the Elks Lodge.
Thank you.
So this evening we have two items on the agenda. The first is related to a project at 441 Page Mill Road. And then the next is a study session on the residential permit parking program update. And before we get to that, I want to just inform my colleagues on the commission about an idea that I've asked for advice from the city attorney. And that stems from the study session that we recently held on the downtown development cap, where we had public speakers who submitted speaker cards, made comments. A total of 9 minutes were devoted to this, and we had 3 speakers, which we're appreciative. And then I noted that the topic was covered in the Palo Alto Weekly and the Palo Alto Online. Comments that were submitted over the next few days were significantly more numerous than the people who were able to participate in our actual meeting. There were 33 people who commented on this topic in response to the article on Palo Alto Online. So what I've asked Senior Assistant City Attorney Carr Silver to help us with is because of our commitment to complying with the Brown Act open meeting law, but also our commitment to being innovative and using technology to engage with the public. The question is whether we could have a study session in some sort of a format that would enable members of the public who couldn't be here in person to get access to the materials and to give comments that the Commission could incorporate into our deliberations or our recommendations or what have you. And the idea effectively would be to post the staff report, to post any presentation materials, maybe to post a video of a report from the responsible staff person, and then let the public have some period of time to access these materials, and if they have questions or comments or criticisms or anything that they'd like to do on the same basis that they would be here physically, fill out a speaker card, have a chance to comment. We would like to see if there's some way, Brown Act compliant, for them to register their participation in this governance process, and that would possibly empower the Planning Commission to have the benefit of more of the public's thinking as we make our recommendations. So that was a question I've asked for advice, and because we comply with the Brown Act and don't have these discussions, outside of the chambers, I wanted to let everybody know that I was trying to think in terms of ways that we might be more effective in engaging with the public, and this was just an idea that we'll get a report back later on from our legal advisor. So with that, the first item is a quasi-judicial matter. And before we get to the matter, do any of the commissioners have any required disclosures regarding any ex parte contact with the applicant? Or the public. Hearing none, let's open the public hearing on the first item, 441 Page Mill Road, and then begin with the staff report.
Great. Thank you, Chair Michael and Commissioners. Good evening. The application before you this evening is a request for a recommendation of approval to the City Council of a site and design review application for a new mixed-use project and approval of the associated mitigated negative declaration. The project site is centrally located in the middle of town near the intersection of Page Mill Road and El Camino Real. The site is comprised of 4 parcels currently occupied by 4 single-family residences. Adjacent uses include the Kellymore Paint Store here to the north, the Pet Hospital here to the south, single-family residences to the rear of the site, and then across Page Mill Road, there's a number of taller, multi-story, multi-family dwellings. The 4 parcels that comprise the site were rezoned in January of last year from R1 to Service Commercial with a site and design combining district. It was understood at that time that single-family uses along Page Mill Road were not the most appropriate uses for the site. In March of last year, the building design was reviewed by the ARB in a preliminary review hearing. The proposal includes the demolition of the 4 single-family homes and the construction of a new 35-foot tall, 3-story mixed-use building. The building would incorporate retail and parking on the first floor, office on the second floor, and 10 rental residential units on the third floor. There would also be 1 level of parking below grade. The applicant has proposed to provide 3 of the 10 residential units as affordable housing units, which is 30% of the total number of units provided. Under the state's density bonus law, this entitles the applicant to a total of 3 concessions to offset the cost of providing those affordable units. The concessions requested are for lot coverage, commercial square footage, and total square footage. Because the 3 concessions requested are beyond the city's density bonus menu of concessions, the applicant was required to provide a pro forma to substantiate the need for the requested concessions. The city has hired a consultant to conduct a fiscal analysis of the applicant's pro forma to ensure that the concessions requested are necessary to enable the applicant to provide the 3 affordable units. And you'll hear more from the consultant after my presentation. The applicant has held a series of community outreach meetings to provide the public with opportunity to comment on the proposal. A variety of concerns were voiced, such as possible building height, privacy, traffic, parking, light, and noise. These meetings took place during both the rezoning process as well as during the building design phase of the project. The applicant has made several modifications in an attempt to resolve the concerns that were raised. Some of the elements that have been incorporated into the plan to address neighbor concerns include moving the building away from the residential neighbors, 27 feet rather than 10 required by code, the inclusion of night shades to eliminate light from the office space in the evening, and the planting of trees across the rear of the project site to create a privacy screen for the residential properties behind. The proposal also includes 2 design enhancement exceptions. One exception is for height, and I want to apologize. The staff report actually says that the height exception is for 5 feet, but it's actually only for 2. That was a prior iteration of the project that didn't get edited out. So the design enhancement section is for 2 feet of height for the tower element only. The rest of the building complies with the 35-foot height limit. The second DEE is for alleviation of the build-to line. There is a special setback on the property of 4 feet. And so 50% of the building is required by the code to be up to this setback line, but they're requesting to set the building further away from the street, 3 additional feet. So it'll be a total of 17 feet back from the face of curb. The project site is located over the California Olive Emerson groundwater plume. The groundwater in this location is contaminated with TCE from off-site sources, namely Hewlett-Packard and Varian. There are mitigations included within the mitigated negative declaration and the conditions of approval that require measures to ensure that the groundwater contaminants would not have a negative impact on the environment. Some of these include the requirements for a vapor barrier, active ventilation system, and testing. The municipal code provides an opportunity to request up to a 20% reduction in required parking spaces for mixed-use projects based on the concept that different uses within a mixed-use project will have different demands for parking at different times of day. The applicant has requested an 18% reduction for a total of 27 parking spaces. They have provided a time of day of study that looks at the different uses proposed within the project and have determined that the reductions would not have an adverse effect on parking. The city's transportation staff has reviewed this study and agreed that the parking reduction is appropriate. This will be predicated on the requirement that the parking spaces within the project are all open spaces and not dedicated to any particular tenant within the building. This is an elevation. You'll see more of these in the applicant's presentation, but this is a proposed view of it from Page Mill Road. So at Places tonight, there's a copy of the zone map that shows the various zoning designations in the vicinity of the project as requested by Commissioner Keller. There's also a copy of the city's density bonus ordinance, which was also provided by, requested by Commissioner Keller. You have the applicant's project description, and you have a copy of the commissioner questions and staff responses. So I'd like to now introduce Reed Kawahara of Kaiser Marston. He's the city's consultant that did the pro forma analysis, and he has a presentation for you. If I can open it. Yep. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Reed Kawahara from Kaiser Marston Associates. Tonight I'm going to give a presentation of our analysis of the 441 Page Mill project, and specifically the state density bonus component. I'll try to cover 3 aspects tonight. The first is kind of a quick overview of the state density bonus law and a quick description of the project, although Russ covered most of that. 2, to summarize the analysis that we performed, specifically of the development cost approach, and we're going to describe the 2 different approaches that are typically taken for these projects. And third, we're going to do an overview of the 2 different approaches and sort of the advantages and disadvantages of each. So with that said, under the state density bonus law, developers are granted a density bonus in exchange for affordable housing units within the project. And it's based on a sliding scale depending on the amount of units that are provided. The maximum density bonus is 35%. And as Russ indicated, under the state density bonus law, projects are also entitled to additional incentives and concessions if they provide additional units at affordable levels. From an economic perspective, the requested incentives and concessions shall be granted, and this is language from the state density bonus law, unless a written finding can be made based upon substantial evidence that the concession is not required in order to provide for affordable housing costs. And I've highlighted sort of two phrases there that are from the state density bonus law that I think are important that we'll speak to later in terms of our analysis. I think it's also important to state that the law does not provide any further clarification of what is meant exactly by affordable housing costs or what substantial evidence is needed. So I think from our perspective, sort of some discomfort that there isn't further clarity provided in terms of analysis. But nonetheless, these types of analyses have been done over the years, and basically there are two fundamental approaches to doing the analysis, which I'll explain later. I think finally, it's important to make the distinction here that the developers are requesting the off-menu concessions as opposed to the on-menu concessions. And we will explain the different analyses that we did with regard to each. So first of all, this is a comparison of the CS zoning as compared to the proposed project. So again, the site size is about 27,000 square feet, about 0.62 acres. The lot coverage permitted under CS zoning is 50%, and the building FAR is, the maximum building FAR is 0.6 for residential and 0.4 for office retail, which would allow for a total square footage, of course, of the 27,000 square feet. The proposed project requests an additional lot coverage to 68.8%. It shifts residential, well, it doesn't request the maximum residential FAR, so that's down to 0.53. The office retail FAR is increased to 0.8 for a total FAR of 1.33. So I've highlighted in green in the slide there the three off-menu concessions that are being requested for this project. Okay, on the next slide, for purposes of the analysis, we needed to analyze two different projects. The first project is the proposed project, and the second is a project that would be built under CS zoning. Now, we initially started to do the analysis under the maximum CS zoning permitted, which was the 1 FAR. But after getting into that analysis, we concluded that the maximum FAR project was not the most profitable project. And the reason why is because when you get to that FAR, it requires the subterranean parking. And because of the expense of the subterranean parking, what we did was we tested an alternative with actually a lower density than the maximum permitted under CS zoning. And that yielded actually a higher return than the maximum FAR. So this slide explains or summarizes the analysis that we did under CS zoning with the lower FAR. Basically, it's a 0.38 residential and a 0.4 office retail. The reason why we kept the office retail at 0.4, the maximum, and reduced the residential is because the economics of the office are far superior to residential. So in our mind, this is the project that maximizes the return under straight CS zoning. So this is the project that we compared to the proposed project. Okay. Step one in our analysis was to estimate the affordable housing costs as specified in the state density bonus law. Again, as Russ mentioned, in order to qualify for the concessions, 3 of the 10 units needed to be at affordable housing levels, specifically low income. So what we did with those 3 units was to allocate the cost of the proposed project to those 3 units, which came out to a total of $2.23 million, or about $630 per square foot. This is a very expensive project, in part because of the underground parking, in part because of the land acquisition costs, in part because of environmental remediation. And by the way, we reviewed cost estimates provided by the developer's third-party general contractors, and these cost estimates were in line with those estimates. In order to determine the net affordable housing cost, we also need to take into consideration the income that's generated by those 3 affordable units. And we estimate the value of that income to be about $0.38 million. Therefore, the net affordable housing costs of the 3 units is about $1.85 million, or about $615,000 per unit. That's the first step in the analysis. In step 2, what we need to do is test to see whether or not the incremental value achievable by those 3 concessions is in excess of the affordable housing costs. Because if it is in excess, we could determine that one or more of the concessions requested were not needed. Therefore, we analyzed the economics of the project under CS zoning and compared it to the economics of the project as proposed. So these 2 columns, actually 3 columns, are tables that come straight out of our report, summarizing the income generated from each alternative, the development costs from each alternative, and because it's a rental project, there's a need to capitalize the ongoing income in order to compare the value of the project to the development costs. In doing so, we conclude that the incremental value from the 3 concessions is approximately $1.28 million, as shown in the 3rd column. So, our conclusion is, based on the aforementioned analysis, is that because the affordable housing costs of $1.85 million exceed the incremental value from the 3 concessions of $1.28 million, that the 3 concessions are needed to offset the cost of the 3 affordable housing units. Now, the final part of the presentation deals with the question of the 2 different approaches to analyzing this issue. Over the years, we have analyzed quite a few of these different projects and have been exposed to other analyses by other firms. And basically, there are 2 different approaches that have been taken to analyze the economics of these projects. The first is we call the development cost approach, which is the approach that I just presented. And the second approach is what I can consider the development return approach. And so the final slides here are for purposes of explaining the 2 different approaches and the advantages and disadvantages of each. The development cost approach I can go through fairly quickly because I just ran through it for the 441-page mill project, but it compares the cost of the affordable housing units with the incremental value from the concessions, and the need for the off-menu concessions are determined based on whether or not the affordable housing costs exceed the incremental value. And in this case, the development return is not a primary emphasis. Under the development return approach, you would compare the proposed project with an alternative without the 3 concessions requested to determine whether or not the returns that are generated are adequate to support development of the project. In terms of the advantages and disadvantages of each approach, for the development cost approach, we believe that the advantages are that it isolates the affordable housing costs as specified in the state density bonus law. and it limits subjectivity of a lot of the inputs of the return analysis, such as what is an adequate return, what is the appropriate amount of rents for the project, what are the development costs. All of those are of reduced significance in the development cost approach, and I can explain that further. The disadvantages, I think, of the development cost approach is that they're somewhat more complex to explain, somewhat more abstract, as compared to the development return approach where you're just comparing returns. Again, however, I think that the returns themselves are subject to a lot of judgment, which are debatable from one project to another. The final slide we prepared here compares the analysis of the two approaches to this project. So again, we summarize in the left-hand column our development cost approach, and on the right-hand column, the development return approach. So I'll explain this one. The development returns of the proposed project is estimated at about 6.5%. A project without the off-menu concessions, meaning a project only with the on-menu concessions, yields a return that's only 5%. Based on industry standard returns, both of these returns are less than satisfactory to build the project. And under the development return approach, the conclusion would be that the concessions are needed because the returns are less. That's the conclusion of our presentation.
Okay, so is staff all done?
Yes, we're uploading the applicant's presentation.
Okay, so let's next hear from the applicant. Actually, while we're waiting for the applicant's presentation to get loaded, I've got one clarifying question for our legal advisor. And on the staff report at page 9, there's a section called Policy Implications, which begins with the quote, proposed project is the first test of the city's density bonus ordinance. And it continues. Can you elaborate, when is the effective date of the ordinance that was adopted by the city?
Thank you. Cara Silver, Senior Assistant City Attorney. The density bonus ordinance that was adopted by the city, the second reading was on January 27th, 2014, and so it goes into effect 31 days thereafter. So that's roughly February 28th.
And then could you advise us how this ordinance, which is effective as of that date, applies to projects which are not yet begun?
Yes. So the city has discretion in the ordinance to apply the ordinance to pipeline projects, which we typically use, a term which we typically use to refer to projects that have filed an application but have not yet received formal entitlement approval. So this particular ordinance does apply to pipeline projects. And so we do, while the project was filed before the ordinance went into effect, since the entitlements have not been approved, the ordinance does apply to the project.
I'm trying to figure out if it's within our purview this evening to to have any discussion or questions relating to the election to go for the off-menu concessions versus the on-menu concessions, or whether that's simply something that's within the discretion of the staff to determine that they're entitled to the off-menu concessions of the state bonus law as opposed to the menu concessions that were put into the city's ordinance.
Yes. So under the city's ordinance, the ordinance sets up a preference of on-menu concessions. And the ordinance contains incentives for developers to seek the on-menu concessions. And the big incentive there is that those concessions are considered de facto acceptable concessions, essentially as a matter of right. The applicant is entitled to those concessions and does not need to submit a pro forma and does not need to submit any economic analysis justifying those concessions. That's the incentive that's built into our ordinance. If the developer, on the other hand, does not desire to seek those concessions, and instead the ordinance allows them to go off menu, but there's a series of extra steps. So they have to submit a pro forma analysis analyzing why they are entitled to those concessions, and then the city enters into sort of a peer review, which is what we have done with KMA, to review that analysis and determine whether the project qualifies for the off-menu concessions.
Okay, is it a fair conclusion then that this project is being reviewed under the city's ordinance, but under the off-menu option that you just explained, and that it's not being reviewed under the state density bonus law?
Yes, that's exactly correct.
Okay, so the materials we got about the state density bonus law, we're just going to ignore. We're going to refer to the Palo Alto density bonus law as the controlling ordinance.
Yeah, well, the state density bonus law does apply to the city. The city implements procedures through its own local ordinance. So the procedures are set forth in the local ordinance, but the underlying state density bonus law still applies to the city. There are substantive elements of the state density bonus law that apply to the city.
Well, I'm trying to press on this because it was my understanding, serving as the Commission's representative to the Regional Housing Mandate Committee that went over the Palo Alto's proposed density bonus ordinance, that one of the reasons for adopting that was so that we wouldn't be subject to the state density bonus law, that we would instead have the controlling ordinance would be the Palo Alto version.
Chair Michaels and Commissioners Hillary Gittleman, the planning director, I'm remembering back to those discussions. I think what we tried to articulate at the time that the local density bonus ordinance was proposed, that having a local ordinance allows a local agency to do what we did with creating an on-menu, a menu of concessions. It allows you to sort of steer applicants towards things that you would find more acceptable potentially than other things. And it allows you to adopt procedures for review. So it was the adoption of the local ordinance that allowed us to create a menu, to require a pro forma and peer review and the whole process we've gone through for off-menu concessions. It is unfortunately not possible at a local level to just say we're not going to consider concessions under certain circumstances because it's the state density bonus law says thou shall grant these concessions unless you can make the finding that was shown on the slide based on substantial evidence.
Okay. Well, in general, I personally am a fan of affordable housing. I personally think that the public policy implicit in the density bonus ordinance is a virtuous, goal that communities should take advantage of. And I'm a little bit surprised in this first instance that it's going off menu, and that we're having this other analysis, and there's a seemingly competing jurisdiction of the city ordinance and the state bonus, because I thought that the whole effort was to sort of make it more objective, more transparent, more user-friendly to applicants and to the public, and we're sort of going by the alternate exception path rather than per the menu.
If I can pile on, I think staff shares your disappointment that the first project we're seeing under the local ordinance goes off menu. But I think that's explained by the fact that this project was already well along by the time that menu was finally adopted by the council. I'm hopeful that projects that begin their way through our planning process now that the local ordinance has been adopted and is clearly part of our worldview here, that future projects will hopefully conform to the, choose things off of the menu that we've established in our ordinance.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the explanation, and hopefully this is an important policy. And let's go. We have one speaker card. Remember the public.
The applicant goes first.
Oh, applicant first. 15 minutes. And please identify yourself. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Norman Schwab. I wanted to, good evening first, and the commissioners and city staff and members of the public, thanks for being here. I live here in Palo Alto, and I am the managing member of the group that owns the land, so I'm the applicant. I wanted to at first talk about the staff that's here and just introduce from Stoker Northway, John Northway and Elena Campagna, and John Shen is here as well. And we've got a landscape architect, Jackie Keller, who's here, and of the traffic consultant, Richard Hopper, is with us, and Lee Prince as well. And she's a land use attorney, and she can deal with the questions of the density bonus law. So I'll give a brief overview of the building here. As you see, it's 3 stories, and the ground floor is going to be retail from the right side up until where the garage entrance is, where the lobby is going to be. Second floor is office, and then the third floor has 10 residential units, 3 of which, as was mentioned, are below market rate. We thought with the street being real busy, it probably wouldn't be good to have residential closer down to the street, so we put that up high, and the common areas are closed off to the frontage, and they're supposed to be quieter and more inviting. Let's see the other direction. Okay, so this is repeating as I was discussing the usage of the different floors. Under the 3 levels, we're going to have a level of parking, and the ground level behind the retail also provides parking, and the ramp going down to the underground. This is a bird's eye view of the 3rd floor. And these are the residential units. In the center, you've got common area on the right side. We tried to design it in such a way that would be very inviting to the residents to come out and to spend time there. Oriented kitchens and public areas or common living space inside the units to face the courtyard so that parents can keep an eye on children if they're running around. And I personally put a lot of time into trying to design this in a way that would work, because I started this project looking for space where I could build a residential community. This land didn't lend itself to housing only, and therefore the mixed-use concept came to be. But the way this is set up, this 3rd floor can be a contained community, have this neighborhood feel, and it would be a comfortable place to live, even though it's on this busy thoroughway. And I think that also mixing the units and having having some below market rate units and having the opportunity for different people to come and to live there would provide for a diverse place, and I hope that it plays out in such a way that people end up having a home and a community there, and not just a come in and out kind of apartment. So I'll turn the mic over now to John Northway, who'll talk more about the details of the design of the building. Thank you.
Thanks, Norm.
Down arrow.
Which is this Sarah? Yeah. Okay. my computer alacrity, I might shut the entire thing down. Hey, I wanted to go through first the the constraints that we had to operate under in order to design this building. This building is actually subject to 3 different government agencies. The City of Palo Alto controls everything inside the property lines. Santa Clara County controls Page Mill Road. And of course, the state of California, as you'll be hearing throughout the evening, has the density bonus law. Page Mill Road is a very fast and busy arterial, which creates one kind of environment. And there's this large-scale multiple family buildings across the street. The R1 neighborhood is a sensitive neighborhood, which is directly behind the building. And we wanted to be very sensitive to them. We had numerous meetings with them. So we increased the rear setbacks, and also obeying the daylight plane, and are going with a lower height limit. Also, on the bottom is the contaminated groundwater plume, which also limits the amount of digging that we should be doing. Just a real quick overview and cross-section through the site to show you what we did. Obviously, Page Mill Road is the fast, busy arterial. The building will serve as a very nice acoustical block to help quiet down the neighborhood, which gets a lot of noise off of Page Mill Road. We provided a greater setback because we wanted to protect the privacy of the neighbors. It's a 27-foot setback. You can see that the average of the houses on the other side is between 42 and 77 feet. We do have the contaminated groundwater underneath it. We moved the building. The thing where we had to coordinate with Santa Clara County and the City of Palo Alto, Santa Clara County didn't want any street trees on Page Mill Road, and the city did want street trees. We like street trees too. So part of the DEE that we're asking for is to move the building back an additional 3 feet so we can get the street trees onto the property. And it also creates a bigger sidewalk area, something that certainly has been discussed in the city. On the back property line will be a row of trees. Our landscape architect is here, can fill you in, but basically we gave the neighbors a menu of trees, and they could select the tree that they wanted to see from their own backyard. I'm going to turn the presentation now over to Elena Campagna. We're sort of rushing along because there's a lot to talk about in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Okay. Actually, the design enhancement exceptions, again, the 2 feet for the height for just the entry feature, it was for aesthetic reasons only, and then pushing the building back 3 feet to accommodate street trees, which John just talked about. Neighborhood outreach meetings. We had 4 of them during the course of this project, 2 for the zone change and 2 for the building design. 1 before we turned in for our preliminary ARB, and then 1 afterwards, right before we turned in for site and design, just to show them the changes that had to be made because of that process. The neighbors had a number of concerns, and we tried to address each one in the design of the building. The first one was traffic. Per their request, we removed street parking in front of the building so they had better visibility when turning onto Page Mill from Ash. Lack of street parking in their neighborhood. We tried to provide as much parking as possible, but using just 1 underground level to avoid digging deeper and violating the contaminated plume underneath. We are requesting a shared parking reduction for 20 spaces, which is 18%. The hourly accumulation of parking analysis, which you have to do to show you can possibly get this shared parking reduction, shows we have provided more parking than is typically required during the busiest weekday. Noise and odor control was an issue. We located trash and all HVAC equipment that makes noise inside the building or up on the roof, far away from the neighbors. Light pollution, we used night shades on the rear-facing office glass. Privacy, we planted the entire back line with trees. The neighbors themselves got to pick the trees. We pulled the residential public spaces on the 3rd floor back from the edge of the building and used high glass at the bedrooms that were on the edge of the building and less glass at the offices on that backside. We also used the bedroom location to restrict views from the residential public space and the patios to basically be just in front of the unit and not off to the sides. Building design. I am going to go through this a little fast. I'm happy to answer more questions later on it. You can see from this front elevation, we use different materials to differentiate between the different uses on different floors of the building. So you see more glass on the downstairs and stone up at top. Here's the site plan. We have a lot of constraints. We located the garage entrance as far away from El Camino as possible for safety. Again, trash and transformers are up on Page Mill, away from the neighbors on the backside. And we use the location of the the garage parking ramp to push the building farther back from the neighbors to create that 27-foot. And you can see the trees all along the back, and we also were able to get the street trees in on our property in front. Basement, we have bike lockers and backflow preventers down there to avoid street cluttering. Second floor is all office space. Tenants are to be determined. Could be one, could be multiple tenants that will come in the future. And here's the third floor. It was really important, since Page Mill is not conducive to residential living, that we create a neighborhood of our own up top. So we created this communal space that has a lot of trees and plantings to soften it, with windows that look onto it to create that sense of community, because Page Mill was not going to offer it. And then each unit still has its own private deck besides. Some 3D views. On the north side, it's very blank, and the reason is the paint store blocks most of that side. Here's the front of the building with the street trees. It's a very horizontal design that's responding to the long street frontage, and also the main way you're going to experience the building, which is driving by it. The entry tower is a focal point. We've removed the street trees so you can see the building better. The entry is curved. We've used that same curve and awnings above each of the entrances. That will also be where future signage could be. The egress stair on this south elevation was used to create a more dynamic elevation. We consider this to be our most prominent, most visible corner. The stair also serves to hold back the bulk of the building from the lower scale animal hospital, and as a transition down to the scale of the animal hospital. And the backside, as you can see, the trees that are planted there, they're supposed to grow to 30 feet tall and should primarily block most of the views from Pepper of the building. And then I just wanted to mention, contrary to the staff report, we would like to provide art on site. Since we don't have, we haven't gone through you guys yet, we did not want to go through that process of getting an artist yet. We have met with Elise DeMarzo, and we plan, if we get approval or we seem to be going forward, our first step is going to go to the Public Art Commission and to start that process. And now I'd like to turn it over to Lee Prince. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Lee Prince. I am an attorney at Jorgensen, Siegel, McClure, and Flagel, and I've had the opportunity to be involved in a number of projects that utilize the state density bonus law. So I'll talk for a couple minutes, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. State density bonus law is found at Government Code Section 65915. It does encourage and provide incentives for the provision of lower income housing. And one thing I do want to note is incentive and concession are interchangeable terms. So I'm using the term incentive in this presentation. Staff said concession. They mean exactly the same thing. So what is an incentive? State law defines an incentive as a modification of a site development standard, zoning code, or architectural design requirement that results in identifiable, financially sufficient, and actual cost reductions. Here in Palo Alto, you have an ordinance in place that pre-approved certain on-menu incentives and concluded that those result in identifiable, financially sufficient, and actual cost reductions. Palo Alto's ordinance also provides, in accordance with state law, a process to determine whether requested incentives that are off-menu meet this requirement of resulting in identifiable, financially sufficient, and actual cost reductions. And that's where we find ourselves today. I do also want to note for the record that when this project was submitted its final application, the city's density bonus ordinance implementing state density bonus law was in process, and at that time, 2 of the incentives requested were actually on menu. At the very last moment, the council made some changes to the ordinance before it approved it, which took, unfortunately, all of them off menu. So I do want to give some credit to the developer who attempted to build to on menu, but here we are off menu. So the 3 incentives, as both the staff report and Reed from KMA mentioned, are required by state law for the provision of 30% of the units as low-income units. These units are restricted for 30 years. So the three incentives you have in front of you, as has been mentioned, are lot coverage, commercial FAR, and total FAR. So these incentives allow additional commercial space in a mixed-use project to offset the costs of the affordable housing and make the affordable units possible. So I have up here the legal reasons incentives can be denied. Although I think Reed mentioned it in his presentation as well, state law uses the language that in the absence of substantial evidence of any of these three items I have up here, the city shall grant the requested incentives. So as you focus on the project that's before you tonight, you have three things that you're looking at. You ask yourself, are these incentives required to provide for affordable housing costs? You have a report by KMA that was very well done by a professional consultant that's highly respected, and that report concluded that the requested incentives are required to provide for affordable housing costs, and that they result in identifiable, financially sufficient, and actual cost reductions. The second thing you're asking is, do these incentives create a specific adverse impact upon public health, safety, or the physical environment or historic property? This is also something that's identified in state law, not as just something that doesn't comply with the zoning code, but something that is significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable impact based upon health or safety standards. And I will wrap it up.
I'm going to give you more time.
Okay.
Why don't you take up to 5 more minutes?
Okay. I'm fairly close to being done, and I'm happy to answer any questions. But so also in your packet this evening, along with Reed KMA's report, is a mitigated negative declaration. It concludes that the impacts are less than significant with mitigation. The third and final basis on which you're looking at is, are the incentives requested illegal? And I can't find any reason to conclude that greater FAR or lot coverage is illegal. So I believe that you have in front of you documentation based on from independent consultants that provide substantial evidence that you cannot make these findings and that these incentives shall be approved. Approving the project as proposed allows affordable units to be built and accomplishes the purpose of the state density bonus law to encourage such development to be achieved. And with that, I am happy to answer any questions and would like to reserve a little bit of time. I know I kind of ran out there at the end, but to answer any issues that come up from public comment. Thank you.
I'm told by the vice chair that we didn't get the name of the first speaker when because our recording wasn't on. So just for the record, your name?
It's Norman Schwab.
Thank you.
And they'll have 5 minutes to respond at the end. 3 minutes, 5 minutes to respond at the end.
And the vice chair also reminds me that we're going to give you additional time at the end to respond to any issues that come up. So with that, let's go to speakers from the public. And we have 2 speakers, each of whom will have 3 minutes.
The first speaker is Bob Moss, to be followed by Herb Borak.
Thank you, Chair Michael and Commissioners. I don't have any problems with the basic design and layout of the building. John Northway does nice work, so that's not a problem. But I do have some questions about the treatment for the hazardous materials on site, which the staff recognizes. The first thing that struck me is, as you know, this is the COE site, and oversight of that area is handled by the Water Board in San Francisco. And I didn't see any reference to the Water Board reviewing or commenting on the project. So I'd like to know, has anybody spoken to the Water Board and what do they say? Second, in the mitigating declaration on page 21, it talks about the health and safety plan. And it says, well, we're going to have the workers who do the construction read the plan. That's not enough, because the basement is going to be going down 15 or 16 feet, and the contaminated aquifer under normal conditions is about 16 feet deep. With the drought we've had the last 3 years, it may be lower, but you have to assume there's a possibility that basement excavation is going to contact some of the aquifer, which is contaminated. So what do we do? There are procedures which are quite standard for how construction is handled when you're doing it on the site where you might get water from a contaminated aquifer, but it's not mentioned in this report at all. Then it talks about air quality and vapor intrusion, and again, the normal requirements that the Water Board has are not mentioned at all. It says we're going to have a vapor barrier and subslab ventilation and do some testing, but what kind of testing and how often? For contrast, in Mountain View, the MEW site, which is overseen by EPA, they require testing once or twice a year for at least a 5-year period. And there's nothing in here about how often it's going to be done annually and how long it's going to go on. There's one other aspect which isn't mentioned here at all, which popped up again in Mountain View. The building's going to have an HVAC system, and that mitigates the vapor intrusion significantly. But in commercial buildings, it's quite common to turn it off on the weekends because the offices are vacant. And it was found that when you do that, the vapor intrusion levels into the residential areas goes up significantly. So what kind of controls are we going to have on the HVAC system? This is all missing. So we need to have a little more definition and a little more clarity on how you're going to control these problems. I think it's not a big deal, but it has to be specified.
Excuse me, the next speaker is Herb Borak.
Good evening, Chair Michael and Commissioners. The item before you this evening includes a review of an environmental document, the Mitigated Negative Declaration. And under the California Environmental Quality Act, that environmental review must review the whole project. And the whole project includes the design enhancement exception and the building setback line. That is, you can't say that they're not under your purview because you can't remove them from the project that's being considered in the environmental document. When you are making a recommendation on the environmental document, you are making a recommendation that includes those two items. In regard to the financial analysis, without doing a return on investment analysis, you don't have the true cost. This project is essentially a project that is asking for twice as much commercial floor area as the zoning allows. The applicant wouldn't be doing that kind of a project unless the applicant would be making much more money building twice as much commercial floor area than he otherwise could get. And so what you need to do is had to do under the J. Paul project, which is also shown as a cost project rather than return on investment, is to do a return on investment analysis using both the assumed investment amount shown here and a more reasonable lower investment amount and a higher loan amount. And then you need to then look at both that return and also on this simple cost per unit that's been shown, because I suspect that that difference in return on investment in orders of magnitude just overwhelms the difference in the costs that are shown on the cost basis. And that's the kind of thing that's missing from this. So until you have that information, I don't believe that it's possible to grant the concessions. And until you take into consideration the DEE and the setback, you can't make a recommendation on the environmental document. Thank you.
The applicant will have 5 minutes to respond to the public questions, or if you'd like. It's not required, but
Elena Campani from Stecker and Northway. We had Cornerstone was our consultant, environmental consultant, and they did contact Roger Papler of the Water Board. They have been in contact with him, and there's another woman, and this is a long time ago, and I'm going off memory, Melanie, who works for the EPA, I believe. Yeah. Right. So he has shown them this whole project and was in going back and forth with both of them.
Okay, so you have, just not really.
Yes. Okay. We had a phase 1 and a phase 2 done for this project, but part of it was going to the Water Board, who then took it to the EPA.
You should have mentioned it. Nice.
Sorry.
So just to clarify, because I think some of your comments were made off microphone.
Sorry.
If you could just summarize that you have gone through a process with the Water Board and what we should understand from what you learned.
Our environmental consultant did take the project to the Water Board. There's a man named by Roger Papler, who is the person who does the co-district. And he then took it to a woman, Melanie, I don't remember her last name, I'm sorry, at the EPA. So both those jurisdictions have seen our project and were in discussions with Cornerstone, and this was probably before we turned in last July. So.
Okay, and presumably that will address some of the safety issues that, yeah.
Hi, Lee Prince again. So I want to address the second commenter with respect to the MND. If you take a look at the project description that was reviewed in the mitigated neg deck, there is discussion of the increased setback that's part of the design enhancement, as well as the additional height. In fact, I think it reviewed a 40-foot project, so it actually looked at something that could potentially have more significant impacts than what's in front of you. So this would be more conservative. And so the issues that were raised have actually already been reviewed and addressed and determined not to be significant impacts. And then also with respect, and KMA may respond to this again, but we took two different approaches to the analysis. It was the return on investment as well as the cost approach, and I apologize if I have that wrong, but both were reviewed and both determined that these incentives were necessary to result in a project that was financially viable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So that closes the public hearing. Let's come back to the commission. And with the first round of questions or comments, 5 minutes. Would anybody like to begin? I'm going to call on Vice Chair Keller.
Thank you. So first, let me address the parking thing, which is buried, but it's here on some page of RKH document, and it's a traffic analysis. So there's traffic analysis of the RKH document, and it talks about percentage of peak hour and parking accumulation and things like that. And I'm wondering who's the right person to ask that question. So I noticed that what you're using for the amount of parking rate is different from the city's parking rate.
Are you talking about the shared parking analysis?
Yes, it says mixed-use development hourly accumulation of parking weekdays. It looks like this. And could you identify yourself, please?
Okay, I'm Richard Hopper. I'm a consulting civil and traffic engineer, and I prepared the report. So you're looking in the Appendix C. Yes. All right, I have it.
Unfortunately, the document is not easily numbered, so I can't tell people. It looks like this. It's about this far in.
It's third from the last page in the staff report.
Yes.
Thank you.
We did two analyses of the shared parking. The first one used the data that we obtained from the Institute of Transportation Engineers, ITE, and other sources in terms of the peak parking demand by land use type. And then we applied those peak rates to a table for the hourly demand of each of those uses, because the peak parking demand for residential does not occur simultaneously with the peak parking demand of retail or office. And that's the concept of shared parking. So we looked at the peak uses through the 6 a.m. until midnight to determine what the peak parking demand for the total combined uses were, and it came out to be 79 spaces. We also then took the city's zoning code required parking for the individual uses and applied those parking, assuming that that was the peak parking rate, which is really not, but applied that to the three uses and came up with a peak parking demand of 93 spaces. Now, in my analysis of the first one, I then suggested, because that is the determined peak parking demand, the actual amount of parking to be provided should be at least 10% higher than that. So I came up with a total of 87 parking spaces, which would allow for peak seasonal variation for the retail use and also cut down on cars driving around looking for a parking space. Does that answer your question?
So what you said is that the amount on the city's numbers were 93, and the amount under the ITE numbers were lower than that.
Where actually came out 79.
79.
And my recommendation is to determine the amount of parking to be provided. You add 10% in there to allow for these seasonal variations in circulation to come up with 87 spaces.
And do you know what the occupancy level is expected at that the ITE assumes in terms of number of people per 1,000 square feet?
No, that is it's based on an 85 percentile demand rate of that particular land use land use for office and retail.
So it doesn't reflect the notion of Facebooking, if you will, which is a verb of people basically cramming them in, as many people as they can fit cheek to jowl, typically 200 square foot per person or less.
No. Normally in an office building, you're looking at about one person per 300 square feet, 350 square feet, 3 per 1,000 square feet in a typical office building.
And is that any evidence that that's typical for Palo Alto?
I cannot say.
Thank you.
Commissioner Alchek.
Good evening. Thanks, staff, for the report. I'll start by responding to the notion that it's disappointing that our first proposal under the bonus law has gone off menu. That's a bit dramatic for me. Are we so confident we got the menu right? I mention that because the goal here is to encourage affordable housing. If the development can justify an incentive that's off menu, then I suggest we welcome it with open arms. We welcome that approach without being disappointed, because we should be taking affordable housing in this area any way we can get it. And so if our menu is consistently avoided for off-menu options, then I would suggest we look at our menu and potentially adjust it. I know that that's not a simple process, but I just mentioned that I guess I'm not confident that what we put on the menu is what the marketplace will articulate well. And that is an important part of this whole financial analysis concept. Okay, with that said, this is going to be a little unique. I want to thank the applicant, actually. All too often developers get a bad rap in our proceedings and our local coverage. I think this proposal is inspired, it's respectful, and it's a major improvement over what I believe is a terribly situated series of eyesores. This is a tremendous improvement in the use of the land, frankly. And our independent consultant here mentioned that it would be very expensive too. I continue to be thrilled that the opportunities in Palo Alto continue to justify the significant costs of top-tier, top-quality developments like this. Let's hope that lasts through my lifetime. And I'm not really surprised that I like it so much. Mr. Northway and his firm have designed a significant number of excellent projects in Palo Alto, and his involvement is appreciated. This whole team has impressed me with their presentation tonight and their professionalism. So thank you for the team approach. When we met to determine this site's zoning, we were a slightly different commission, but when we met to make that zoning designation change, what was that? How long ago was that?
This is end of 2012.
End of 2012, so year and a half. We spent a great deal of time discussing the uses that would be appropriate for this site. And I believe this is exactly what many of us had envisioned, this sort of project. I think the unit mix is healthy and it's well laid out. I think there's been a thoughtful approach to the sort of sense of community building for the third floor residential. I think the parking setup is clever and satisfies our requirements. I will continue to believe that the trend of stuffing people into Palo Alto commercial square footage is on the decline until someone suggests otherwise. I just think the rents are way too high to encourage the occupancy of tenants who could theoretically go anywhere. I think commercial office space on the Page Mill corridor is literally blue chip. If you go to the office buildings on the other side of El Camino, you are not going to find people stuffed in office buildings. You are going to find attorneys and plastic surgeons and venture capitalists who are using actually far more than 1 per 300. They probably are, it will probably astonish us to know exactly how much office space they have per person. But so I'm not really worried that the parking is going to be insufficient because our requirements are not adequate in that particular site, because I just think it's not going to encourage that sort of occupancy. Finally, I also want to say that the office space meets what I believe is an extremely important criteria point, which is that it's in very close proximity to a train stop. This meets my designation of transit-oriented development. And it does it in terms of residential transit-oriented development, commercial transit-oriented development. I think that's fantastic. I'm not sure, again, that this kind of goes against what I was saying earlier, which is to say that many of the occupants of the rents may drive themselves to work because they have that luxury. But nonetheless, it's transit oriented. And then the applicants still managed to allow for a significant amount of retail space on the street level, which I think is exciting. When we talked about this a year and a half ago, it was my opinion that this is going to continue to be a very difficult retail space. I actually avoid going to Kelly Moore just because it's a little crazy over there if you're trying to get there anytime after 3. It can be hairy. And there's a part of me that sees that even just a block over that port. I'm always surprised to hear that the AT&T has a lot of foot traffic. Let me just put it that way. It doesn't seem like a retail corridor. That may change significantly with the developments that are happening all around. So I'm glad there's some retail in there because it's going to continue, to further that objective. So well done. Before my time's up, I would move that we accept staff's recommendation and recommend that council approve the mitigated neg deck and the site and design review application we've reviewed tonight.
Is there a second? Second from Commissioner Tanaka, and then let's continue. Before asking Commissioner Alchek to speak to the motion and Commissioner Tanaka to speak to your second, why don't we just continue the first round of questions and comments? Because I think that making the motion preemptively sort of cuts off people's opportunity to air their comments. So, would anybody like to go next?
Commissioner Tanaka speak because his turn next.
Commissioner Tanaka.
Okay, so a few questions. So in terms of I was wondering if staff could talk about what kind of outreach was done for the neighborhood in terms of notice and response and reaction to this project.
I think the applicant could speak better to the meetings that they had, but they did have a series of 4 public outreach meetings. I believe they said 2 happened during the zone change process and then 2 after that during the design phase. With each of the public hearings for the process, the requirement is a 600-foot radius notice. We have since modified that to double it. So for this hearing, there was double the radius for that. So there was definitely a lot of city outreach in addition to outreach that the applicants did. I think they actually went door to door, specifically targeting those properties that are adjacent. And I'm not sure, but I think they also targeted people across Page Mill, but they can respond to that.
Okay. Would the applicant like to speak to this?
Yes, we had 2 outreach meetings during the course of the zoning change, and then we had 1 outreach meeting when we did our initial design before we took it to the Architectural Review Board, and after we got the Architectural Review Board's comments and we modified the design, we had another neighborhood meeting to show them the project, which is now before you. We turned it in last July, so
and how many people attended?
Excuse me?
How many people attended?
I'm sorry.
What was attendance?
I'll have Elena. Elena took track of everybody and also sent out follow-up emails to everyone. And Norm did go around door to door to many of the neighbors on Pepper and Olive.
You actually required Norm in the zone change hearings to go door to door to all the people on Pepper and everybody on the block that our project was on. So he did go door to door. We sent notices to everybody there, everyone across Page Mill. I think you stopped us from having to send personal notices across the other side of El Camino. So we had to go up and down El Camino on our side, but not on the other side of El Camino. As far as attendance, the first 2 zone change meetings got about, I think it was 7 different properties on Pepper, and it was all the folks on Pepper. A lot of people in the 2-story condo that's on the corner of Pepper and Ash, and then kind of all the Pepper residents on that back up against our building and a couple further down towards El Camino. That neighborhood is very well email connected as well because of a previous hotel project that was rudely squashed on that site many, many years ago. So all of the people that attended were consistent, just the people on Pepper, but they sent all of kind of our meetings and all of the notes. I would do meeting notes after each one of our meetings and send it to them, and they would email it to their entire group, which included not just Pepper, but all of the other street behind. It was kind of all the people that were involved in smashing the old hotel project.
So did staff attend any of these meetings?
Staff was not present at the public meetings, but staff did talk with the applicants and was also present at the Architecture Review Board hearing and the zone change meetings.
Okay, so we don't really have a neutral third party who's...
Can I make one more comment?
Sure.
At the second zone change hearing in front of you, there was another, I think it was 420, the residents who live at 420 Pepper, who actually hadn't officially attended any of our meetings, but you actually asked that exact same question, and he stood up and said everything that we said was true, because he got all the email notices. He hadn't actually been there. We'd never met him before that second hearing of yours. But if you go back to that meeting, you'll find those notes.
What has staff heard in terms of feedback from the neighborhood?
Actually, since the submittal of this application, staff has heard very little from the public. They've been pretty silent. There was a series of 6 emails that came early on in the initial application, but those folks aren't here tonight, and staff hasn't heard anything from those folks through the process.
Okay. And what's the current parking situation like on the street around this neighborhood in terms of, is it pretty busy? Is it like totally empty? What's the situation like typically, like during weekdays, evenings, etc.?
I've actually been out there a number of times recently for other projects in the area that I was working on, and found it very easy to park on Pepper. There was one meeting where we met on site for this project, and the parking on Page Mill was a bit dangerous, hazardous. I didn't want to park there because of the fast-moving traffic, and it just wasn't a very hospitable environment. But the parking on Pepper has been no problem for all the times that I've been out there for other projects.
Okay.
Commissioner Gardias.
Thank you. So in general, I have to compliment the developer of the project. I think it will be very welcome development. I was just passing by in a car this neighborhood this afternoon to get to this meeting, and just making turn from Park Boulevard to Page Mill, I noticed some people walking along Page Mill. So if they are walking today, there would be more of them tomorrow. So I'm sure that whoever's going to get this retail space will benefit a lot to himself and to the neighborhood, of course. But I have a couple of questions, and they are to the consultant, to Mr. Kawahara, or to the planning staff. So in terms of the affordable housing, do we have any data about a concession that we get, how much of the affordable housing we have per concession, or what's the concession per affordable housing in terms of the floor area ratio coverage of the lot? Do we have any data from Palo Alto, historical data? Can we compare this development to other developments that we had? If not from Palo Alto, do we have a comparable data to other cities?
As far as I know, there have been 2 other projects that in Palo Alto that have taken advantage of the density bonus law. There was one at 195 Page Mill, and the other one was the recent one on El Camino, Equinox. And I just don't recall offhand what the actual concessions were and the value of those concessions, if that was your question.
That's exactly right.
We would have to research that.
Yes, I mean, if you could provide it at some other time, that would be welcome. And probably for the next projects, that could be the same question, because we would like to know, by looking at the project itself, it looks, of course, that we have a bonus that we gain here. But how do we know unless we compare with the other market data, right? Not only from Palo Alto, but also from the adjacent municipalities.
Amy French just reminded me that those 2 projects were entitled before the city's density bonus ordinance. And so, of course, as we mentioned, one of the benefits of having a local density bonus ordinance is that even when applicants go off menu, there needs to be some quantification of the concessions, which is what we've done through the pro forma analysis and the peer review. We don't have that quantification analysis for the other 2 projects, although we can bring back the what the exact concessions were, but we won't be able to quantify those for those past projects.
Exactly. Thank you very much. It will allow us to those quantification analysis would allow us to pretty much to judge it properly, right? Right now, it's very hard to say either way. I think I stop here. Thank you very much.
Commissioner King.
Thank you. I just want to confirm with staff. So for pipeline projects and moving forward under our ordinance, developers always have the option to either go on menu or off menu at their discretion, with more requirements for going off menu. Is that correct? Okay. And then, can you confirm? It appeared to me that my understanding was that when you do 30% of the units as below market, then you get 3 concessions. Is that accurate? I think that might partially address Commissioner Gardias's question.
Correct.
Okay. And what if you did 20%? Then you get 2 concessions. Is that? I don't see a table here. Is it direct like that?
There is a table in the state law and in the local ordinance. It is, but the number of units or the percentage of the units is a different amount of concessions.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. And then referring to the pro forma, so I've heard reference to the applicant must submit a pro forma, and then there's a peer review. So is that what happened here? Was and what was provided by the applicant versus the consultant?
The applicant provided a fiscal analysis or a pro forma, which Kaiser Marston did a fiscal analysis of.
And do we see the applicant's pro forma? Or only the,
they actually have a copy on their PowerPoint slide if you wanted to see it, but it isn't contained in the staff report.
Okay. And regarding the option of under current CS zoning and the fact that the economically optimal solution is a FAR below the maximum, does the applicant agree that that would be, if for some reason they chose to go that under current zoning path, that is the option that they would go with?
We did not develop the CS zoning alternative in collaboration with the developer, so I can't answer the direct question as to whether they would agree that it's the optimal under CS.
Okay, so that was your output.
Correct.
And they have had no input as to whether, oh yeah, we agree with that. They might go, if in reality they might actually go with some or maximizing the FAR. Okay.
Maybe it's also worth noting, however, you were asking about the developer's pro forma.
Yes.
They did run an analysis without the concessions, which yielded a far lower return because of the fact that they didn't actually test, I don't believe, alternatives at a significantly lower density.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I'm sure that your report is the state of the art, and I appreciate that. I'm as a sort of dyed-in-the-wool skeptic, I'm skeptical of some of the inputs and the analysis method. When you say you've used the word typical for the 2 methods that you looked at, and does that mean that that's, and who has determined those are typical? And let me tell you where I'm going. For me, a much more valuable metric would be using what is the value of the building when it's complete, what would somebody pay for that building? Because then you're supported by actual market comps. It eliminates a lot of these variables, ROI, what's acceptable to investors. It just says, hey, they put in X amount of money to build this building, it would be worth Y amount, and so their profit would be X. So to me, that'd be much more clear. So why isn't that analysis used, and why are these 2 used apparently exclusively?
To answer the first question about typical, as I said, we have done a number of these types of analysis ourselves, and we have been exposed to other consultants' analyses of the same subject. And over the course of the years that we have been involved in these types of analyses, these are the 2 approaches that we have seen. So that's why I characterize them as being the typical approaches to this question.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And so, and my concern, there's much to like about the project. I think the applicants have done a great job in the outreach and adapting the building. Much of the design is great. My concern is what people, I think, want is that we zone to our plan and then we build to the zoning. And in general, the residents don't like to see these big exceptions. And this is a massive exception of double the office space. And I also believe that, in general, residents, if you look, even I can remember 20 years back, they did some survey, and the last thing that people prioritized about adding to Palo Alto is more office space. So my concern, so that's my concern with the project. Much to like about it. But for me, the things that, and I'll just, if I can take another minute to just finish. So my concern is I feel that I'm sort of drinking the Kool-Aid when I look at the report, and there are so many inputs that are either based on this is what we see. There's not a substantive database where I could say, oh, I could go to some other source and see the $630 per foot building cost. Again, that was provided by someone who, if you were a skeptic, would say, well, those contractors want the business. They might be biased to help out the applicant. The higher the cost, the more benefit or to the applicant. The cap rates, there are all these integer numbers, and those vary over time. They go up, down, depending on other alternative investments. And again, with all due respect, I'm sure this is state of the art. And I don't know what rate of borrowing, the interest rate that they pay for the borrowing. So it's not very transparent to me. And also the purchase price. We sort of build in protecting the developer in a situation like this because that's part of the cost. And we don't know if they paid too much, too little, but it gets built into the model so that we're saying this is okay. Now, to finish, I also understand that because of the vaguely written state law, we have this very difficult requirement to provide a written finding based on substantial evidence, and the report really doesn't, we have to go out on our own and get that because the report doesn't really, it's self-referential, so we don't really have any evidence other than what the report gives us. So that's my frustration, and feel free to address that, Hillary, if you'd like to.
Well, let me just say that, of course, if the commission has questions, alternate approaches, alternate inputs or assumptions that you'd like the staff or the consultants to test, you can ask for that. And if we can't provide an answer to you this evening, we can go back to our desks and provide one at a later date.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, I would also like to just tag on to that, is that it is important to recognize that the applicant did submit its own financial analysis, its own pro forma, but the city hired a separate consultant who works directly for the city. We did not have the consultant was not hired by the applicant, although the applicant did pay for the cost. But we did do an ethical screening, and the consultant peer reviewed and tested all of the assumptions and data that were submitted by the applicant.
Okay, so I'm mindful that the role of the Planning and Transportation Commission is as an advisory body to the council to make a recommendation on projects such as this, and I think it's our opportunity and responsibility to ask all the tough questions that we can think of, which I think is happening to some extent this evening. Having said that, I think the project is very thoughtful. It's attractive. I think it meets a need. It in many ways surpasses my expectations for what might have been done with the site. Certainly more appropriate than the houses that are in the process of about to be torn down, and the use of the density bonus law to provide 3 affordable housing units. Obviously, a critical need in the community. Although I think that the infamous jobs housing imbalance is going to be worse off because you have more commercial space than you have residential units. So I actually don't believe in that ratio, but I'm just noting for the record that this is not going to help that. One of the concerns that I have, if I was going to be a skeptic and just mindful of Mr. Borak's line of reasoning, is that I think that the independent consultant has given us, an excellent professional report, and I'm not going to question it. And it references the established methodology, and I'm not going to question that. But if I'm a skeptic, I'm going to say, well, there's a lot of times when using the established methodology doesn't necessarily answer the real question. And in my corporate life, we often did SEC disclosures of executive compensation using the Black-Scholes method, which is a means of valuing exchange-traded options, and they used Black-Scholes formula for valuing employee stock options, which, guess what? Exchange-traded options aren't subject to vesting. They're not subject to being terminated if you change jobs, and not subject to trading window blackouts. And nonetheless, it's the formula that you're required to use, and it's useless, in my humble opinion and direct personal experience. So I think that we have to follow the rules. You follow the rules, but I'm saying that essentially, if you have an assumption about the useful life of a well-built building, it may endure for quite a long time. During that time, the rents may be subject to annual increases or increases every 5 years, subject to market rates. And over time, the return on having a certain amount of commercial space is going to be financially positive. And I think that and that's okay, but I think it's just it's a fact, and it's not factored into the cost method. So I think that if I were the applicant, I would probably do exactly what the applicant is doing. I think it's a well-designed building. I would ask for as much in the way of additional floor area as the law allows, and that you've done that, and I think it appears that you're entitled to that. On the other hand, I think you're getting a good deal, and I think that that's okay. But I think that it shouldn't be. I don't believe for a minute that you're sacrificing by providing the affordable housing to get the additional floor area ratio. I think it's a good deal. So, good for you, but I'm a skeptic. One thing that I am concerned about, and I think that the community has been pretty consistent in saying that they're concerned about parking and traffic. And this very nice project is very close to the worst intersection in the city. So Page Mill El Camino is level service E currently, and then the question of what's happening with the California Avenue area concept plan and other the El Camino Grand Boulevard and other anticipated changes is that there's going to be some cumulative impact, not just of your project, but of many other projects which are in the pipeline or likely to be happening. And so I think that the community is justifiably sensitive to those issues, and you're kind of right in the center of the cyclone. I'm going to just note that it looks like you've done a great job in the traffic impact analysis, and it's way too technical for me to second guess. But I do think that in this area, in particular in the city, the cumulative impact of all these projects is a concern that I would have, and I think that the public has. On parking, the staff report notes that the code requirement is for 91 vehicle parking spaces, and this is 17 spaces short of the code requirement. And I think in Vice Chair Keller's questions and the responses from your expert, there was a sense of doing the shared parking reduction that you were actually going to be in good shape. And I think that rests on certain assumptions. And Vice Chair Keller was getting to how many workers did you anticipate were going to be in the office space? And there's a belief that we're seeing a trend that although the Wilson Sonsini offices and the Palo Square offices are more traditional, that what is clearly happening in many businesses, and maybe some of your best tenants will be people who are taking advantage of people working differently and having maybe one per 250 square feet, which is I think the standard we've looked at elsewhere, or even less. So. And then there's the question of because this is close to transit, perhaps the people who live there will actually use transit. So they may leave their car there. They won't leave. They're going to leave their car. They're going to walk to the train station. So if that happens, then your assumption that they're not going to be there at the same time as the retail visitors and the office workers or whatnot is maybe an assumption that is not going to play out exactly as it might have in the past. So my question is, if you're asking for 17 spaces short of the code requirement, has there been any thought given to providing some number of go passes to employees and of the retail or the commercial space? And I wondered if you would be amenable to providing, say, 20 go passes for some period of time to enhance the probability that your shared parking reduction is going to play out as anticipated. And maybe if I just pose that question to the applicant, is that something that you are willing to respond to, or?
I'm Richard Hopper, again, traffic consultant. I believe the project will have a TDM analysis to be provided at a later time, transportation demand management. And in that, you can talk about incentives for transit use, and we spoke about it a little bit in our report of what could be done to encourage transit ridership for the office workers as well as the residents to reduce the number of traffic trips and parking. So that's something that you'll probably be looking at as a next step.
Well, is that going to come back to us, or is that going to come to the council?
Chair Michael, I'd like to draw your attention to condition of approval number 137 that actually does require a TDM plan that would include go passes.
So, yeah, I stopped at 136.
Sorry.
Late at night.
It is built into the project. The TDM plan hasn't been created yet, so it hasn't specified precisely how many, but we will be reviewing that, and that is a requirement of the project.
Okay, well, I'm glad that condition number 137 anticipates my curiosity at this point, and I would really encourage whoever is going to be working that issue to promote the incentives to actually create the actual behaviors. Then my other just clarification, a couple of the comments related to the DE, or the design enhancement exemptions, and that is going to go to the ARB. That's not something we're dealing with tonight?
Yeah, it is traditionally the ARB that would be making their recommendation to City Council on that item.
Okay, so I think those are really all my questions. And let me now go back to the maker of the motion and the seconder of the motion and let you speak to your motion.
I think that the merits of this project support the motion that I've made tonight. I think that this project as a first mover is a good one. I was inspired to hear in the staff report about how they went out of their way to increase the setback in the front beyond the requirement. We've just concluded a discussion about setbacks on El Camino. I think that process implies that we believe front setbacks should be greater, especially in a retail environment. So here we have an applicant doing just that. I think this may not work on every site, but the location of that driveway was a very creative solution, which shows a great deal of respect by this developer for the residents that are directly behind him. There are aspects of this proposal that should be examples to all the proposals that come forward. I'm impressed by all of that. I want to make another comment here with all due respect to Mr. Kawahara's work. This pro forma requirement does not sit well with me. I find the exercise of demonstrating just how unprofitable an affordable housing unit is to be so counterproductive. I mean, I know that's not exactly what that process is designed to do, but it's sort of what it does. I mean, God forbid a developer make too much money developing housing that's affordable. It's almost like if you made too much money building homes that most of us could live in, we wouldn't want you to do it. As a commissioner, I'm keenly aware of our responsibility to review these projects in accordance with our city's framework, and I do my best to do that. As a young Californian, I welcome our state's effort to impose themselves. to encourage affordable housing. And you know, I think there are a great deal of people who would suggest that we ought to be breaking, not bending, our rules to encourage affordable housing. I wish that you were making 10 times what you're making building these affordable units. Because if you were, maybe more of them would get built. And I think the exercise of trying to make sure that you're not making too much money with these incentives, these exceptions, to justify how much you're losing on affordable housing is maybe not the best approach, but one that we have to use. So based on our, based on the fact that we did go through that process, and I also agree that I have a significant confidence in Mr. Kawahara's work. I think this is a no-brainer. So I'm glad that your proposal was as inspired as it was.
Commissioner Tanaka.
Yeah, so I too actually think this is a pretty good project. I think it looks nice. It seems to try to make a good use of the property and the space. But I've also, this motion came early, so I've actually been listening to my fellow commissioners' comments, and I've been thinking a bit about this project more too. So while I did second it, I'm actually going to make some amendments, or some proposed amendments, that we'll see what the response is.
Hopefully this will be acceptable to the seconder of the motion.
It might be. It might be. We'll see. So one of the comments mentioned earlier was that this will not help the housing job imbalance. And it got me thinking that a lot of these are, not a lot of these, but some of these are 1-bedrooms, but some of them are 2- and 3-bedroom units. And one of the benefits of this project is that it is providing affordable housing, but it's only providing affordable housing to 3 lucky people in the city, or 3 lucky families in the city. And if instead of a 3-bedroom or a 2-bedroom, if it was a 1-bedroom or a studio with the same amount of square footage, the benefit of this project could be a lot greater, and it would help the job housing imbalance, because there would be probably more workers for the same space. And I'm also thinking about like school impacts and other types of issues. And so I'd like to make a motion that the mix, not the square footage, but the mix of the units be different. And so instead of 3 and 2-bedroom units, I think this should really go for like 1-bedroom or studio type of units. So that's my proposed amendment.
Maybe could you clarify the amendment a little bit more quantitatively? Or?
Sure. So my proposed amendment is that the mix of the residential units, instead of being 3, 2, and 1-bedrooms, this becomes either studios or 1-bedrooms, left to discretion of the developer. No number of units. Oh, no, I'm talking about the bedrooms, like 1-bedrooms or studios. So instead of, I think the units, there'll be certainly more units because there'll be 1-bedrooms, but it's up to the developer to decide.
Commissioner Alchek?
I guess we're trying to understand exactly what the intention is. Are you suggesting a reduction in residential square footage, or the same residential square footage, just fewer bedrooms, so they would be kind of loft-type units instead of 2- and 3-bedroom units?
Sorry, I should be clearer. I was thinking of more units, but smaller units.
I see.
Yeah, so same square footage, same split between residential and commercial. I was thinking about it in terms of, I think one of the fellow commissioners mentioned job housing imbalance. Good point. I was thinking about how the city needs more affordable housing. And one of the most there's been a lot of single-family homes been developed. But in terms of like for young professionals or seniors who aren't looking for a massive 3-bedroom house or 5-bedroom house, there hasn't been a lot of that development. So I was looking more for more units, smaller units.
Well, I think it would be appropriate to ask the applicant if they considered that approach to their meeting their objectives and what their views on that subject are. Obviously, if the proposal were revised to have more units, staff would have to do some additional analysis of the zoning conformance and some of the requirements like parking, for example.
Mr. Northway, would you like to weigh in on the...
But excuse me, before he does, staff, would you agree, would that completely undermine the financial analysis if you completely change the unit mix?
I think it would require a lot of analysis, both of zoning requirements and the financials as well.
Would it be safe to assume that if we did make that amendment, an entirely new financial analysis would be required?
Yes.
What were you?
So I'm interested in Mr. Northway's comment on the issue posed by Commissioner Tanaka.
In the process of putting this together, and as you know, we've been putting this together for quite some time, starting with when we did the zone change. And as Norm said, what he wants to create there is this sense of community. And the sense of community is a mixture of families and single people. So we've actually spent a lot of time coming up with this mix, and we would not like to change the mix. We've been in this process. We're going to have our year anniversary next month, and we really don't want to change the design and then start through the process again. So this is not, I'm not saying it's not a noble idea, it's just not one we can really voluntarily do.
Commissioner Alchek?
Not wanting to do something is not the best argument, but I think the best argument here is that unit mix is an incredibly important component of residential multifamily design. And I would suggest that a uniform unit makeup is not a healthy multifamily residential design in my experience in the industry. So I also think that that amendment would necessitate probably a second session here. And the third component is that while one of our commissioners did mention the housing imbalance, he mentioned that he didn't believe in it. And so I'm not sure there's support for it among the commission. I, for one, don't believe that the housing jobs imbalance is a city-by-city problem. I think it's a regional or state problem. So I think I will reject that amendment, or that, is it an amendment? That amendment, and allow council to, or allow the commission to maybe decide it as separate.
So it's sufficient to reject the amendment?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, the reasons are important.
All right. So it's back to Commissioner Tanaka.
So I think there are 3 reasons why I'm proposing this. So first reason is job housing imbalance, whether you believe it or not.
So are you going to make a substitute motion now?
I'm going to make a substitute unfriendly, or I guess is it
Unfriendly
amendment. Unfriendly amendment. Right. So one is one is the job housing imbalance. Second reason is school impacts. And third one is to maximize the benefits. So it's not just 3 lucky families in Palo Alto.
Okay, is there a second for the unfriendly amendment?
Can I get a quick clarification?
Turn your mic on.
Are you suggesting requesting the applicant provide greater than 30% affordable housing mix?
No, I'm not. Because I think that changes the economics significantly. I'm proposing everything the same, smaller, more units.
So would that result in just so I'm clear here, are you suggesting the same percentage of those greater number of units be affordable?
Correct. I'm not proposing a change, because I do realize that would be probably a hardship.
Chair Michael, if I can interject just for a moment, if the commission is interested in pursuing this line of thought, I think you would have to tie it back to the site and design findings. So there has to be a reason that you can't make the findings for the proposal that's proposed under current zoning, and that you think the proposal would have to be amended to address these findings. That's just off the cuff our thoughts about this line of inquiry.
Okay, so this is I think it's been a while, if ever, since we've had a matter under the city's density bonus ordinance since I've been on the commission. So we're kind of learning some of this. And the presentation from the applicant's council, I think, was helpful in terms of what we needed to justify a denial. It had to be either illegal or it had. You want to maybe stand up and go over that again?
Well, Chair Michael, if I can interject, though, I think what Commissioner Tanaka is talking about is not related to the concessions. What he's talking about is whether this commission can make the findings for a site and design, or whether there are fundamental modifications to the project that are needed to make those findings. And maybe counsel for the applicant disagrees, but I think that's what we're talking about.
Okay, if you identify yourself again.
So yes, good. Lee Prince, attorney for the applicant. So those three findings are the critical ones that you need to make to deny the incentive. Certainly Mr. Tanaka's motion isn't to deny the three incentives with respect to lot coverage, floor area ratio, but and there is a recent case in 2011, Wallimer versus City of Berkeley, where the city attempted, or the applicant, or the petitioner, tried to argue through the courts that the city should have modified certain design elements of the project, whether it had to do with amenity space or other issues in that mixed-use development. And the court said that no, you're not. The intent of state density bonus law is to take the project that comes to you and not to design from the dais. So I would direct you to think about that case and take a look at it. What you're being presented tonight is this project, and can you make the findings with respect to the incentives that are associated with this project, and not one that you might try and redesign. Thanks.
So is there a second to the unfriendly amendment, given what we've heard?
I'll second it for the purpose of discussion.
Vice Chair Keller is seconding it for the purposes of discussion. You want to speak to for purposes of discussion?
Yes. So I think that I agree that we cannot redesign the project, and I'm not sure that we can find a site and design finding that involves reduction of the unit size. But the reason I want to speak is that when we deal with the issue of unit sizes, that we may wish to change the zoning ordinance in such a way to have a average unit size and a maximum unit size. And if we change the zoning ordinance to allow that, then when new projects came before us, we could do that. But this project is under the existing zoning ordinance, and therefore it's difficult for us to redesign the project at this time. So I am completely in sympathy with your intent, but I believe that we can't do it on this project, but that I'm supportive of doing it in general in the zoning ordinance. So with that said, I withdraw my second.
I think the unfriendly amendment fails for lack of a second. You still have the floor.
Okay. That's all I had to say.
Any other comments on the motion before we vote? Commissioner King.
One process question. So if we were, actually two process questions. So if we were to not approve the project, then the applicant has the option of either coming back with some updates or going directly to council. Is that correct?
The normal course on a site and design is if the Planning and Transportation Commission acts favorably, then the next step is the ARB. If there's a vote towards not recommending the project to the council, then it wouldn't proceed to the ARB. It would proceed to the council.
Under appeal? Is that the...
No, just I think the way the ordinance is written, it says then you go to the ARB next upon a favorable recommendation.
And if no favorable recommendation is made, then it goes to council.
I believe so. We can double check that.
Okay. And then my second question is, so if I could not write the written finding based on substantial evidence, because I don't believe I have all the evidence to vote against the project, does that mean I'm bound to vote for the project? I'll ask this to Assistant City Attorney Cara Silver.
So if you feel that you don't have sufficient information to either make the findings for the site and design review, and I would refer you to page 2 of Exhibit A, which contains the findings related to design review, site and design review. Those are
about, where is that in the 1-inch stack?
Yes. So attachment A, and maybe it would be helpful just to go over your purview tonight.
Thank you.
So first of all, you have the mitigated negative declaration. And that is attachment E to this large staff report. Your purview there is to review that and make a recommendation to council. The second area of purview, since this is a zoning compliant project, but it has a site and design overlay in the zone that was created by the council a couple of years ago, you need to make the findings associated with the site and design overlay. And those findings are contained in Attachment A, Section 3 of the Record of Land Use Action. There are 4 findings. And if you like, I can read those findings. First, that the use will be constructed and operated in a manner that will be orderly, harmonious, and compatible with existing or potential uses of adjoining or nearby sites. Number 2, the project is consistent with the goal of ensuring the desirability of investment or the conduct of business, research, or educational activities or other authorized occupations in the same or adjacent areas. Number 3, sound principles of environmental design and ecological balance are observed in the project. And number 4, the use will be in accord with the Palo Alto Comprehensive Plan. So if you don't have sufficient information to make those findings, you can always, request additional information. The final area within your purview is a recommendation regarding the density bonus, the 3 concessions. And, we've talked about that. And again, if you don't have sufficient information to make a recommendation to council, my suggestion on that would be to, ask for clarifying information.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I guess so. My quandary is that I don't know what information. I have no problem. I'm in general a free marketer. Whatever developers make under existing zoning is fine by me. When we go out of existing zoning, then I'm trying to look at what is the benefit that we're getting. And so for me, 3 units of BMR in exchange for 11,000 square feet of above zoning. I know I use the term zoning is specific to what exists now, not the fact that the state requires us to allow a different zoning. Doesn't seem like a great trade-off to me. That's at 250 square foot per employee. That's 44 new employees above existing zoning. And although other commissioners will disagree, I don't think the community thinks that's a great thing. And so I'm in a quandary, though. I don't know what I'm skeptical again of the report just because of the variables that are in that report. So I would in general say, I'm not in support of the project as it sits, but it sounds like really I should approve it if I can't find. I guess I could say it doesn't agree with the comp plan because I know there are things I could cite. I could go through the comp plan and pull out something that says we shouldn't be adding extra density at the expense of traffic and parking issues. But that would be somewhat disingenuous because I couldn't cite it off my top of my head. So I guess coming back to you, do I still, it sounds like I do have to vote, I should vote yes in the absence of having a clear demand for additional information.
Sounds like a politician.
Yeah, I agree. I'm appointed.
Well, I don't know that any of us here will take the step of telling you how you should vote, but to answer the questions inherent in your statement, I think your choices are to support the motion if you think the findings can be made, and if you think you have sufficient information with which to proceed with the design or with the concessions that are required under the state density bonus. You could, alternatively, if you disagree that the findings can be made, you could vote against the motion, or you could request additional information with which to evaluate whether the concessions are in fact needed to provide for the affordable units.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner Alcheck.
In theory, a commissioner could abstain from the vote.
Yes.
They felt like it was a difficult decision or something.
That's right.
So before we vote,
I think those commissioners, I want to speak, but the commissioner is.
okay. Well, so I would just comment that I think that there's an issue for the commission to improve its process of dealing with applications of this sort, separate and apart from the merits of the project. So I think that I'm anticipating that the project may get a favorable vote from the commission, and it's actually for all the right reasons. But I think that it's been difficult for us tonight to go through this in an efficient and orderly fashion. Part of it, I think, relates to the fact that we get a fairly thick document with a number of appendices which aren't well labeled. You can't find them because it's printed on double sides. The draft mitigated declaration, where it starts, is concealed by the staple, so you can't find it, looking for it. So it's hard to actually navigate through the materials in order to prepare adequately as diligent commissioners to have this discussion and be respectful of the applicant and staff's time and whatnot. So I think probably we can do a better job of organizing the briefing materials for us to be more intelligently prepared as we try to do our job. But I think that's irrespective. That's more a procedure issue for us and how we work with staff rather than not so much on the merits of the project. So Vice Chair Keller, you had something you wanted to say?
Yes, a few things. I'd like to ask a few questions. So firstly, I'd like to understand what the substantial evidence standard. Now, I'm familiar with the standard of beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm familiar with the standard of preponderance of evidence. Where does substantial evidence fit in that sequence?
Substantial evidence means that there is some evidence that you can point to in the record. It doesn't have to be a preponderance of the evidence, and so it's actually a lower standard. But there's some, some supporting documentation to support the findings that you need to make.
Thank you. The other question that I have is, do we have any idea what the life of such a project is? Is it, would we expect the project to be there 50 years? What would be 30 years? What would we expect this project to be there? I mean, after all, with affordable housing that is deed restricted by, for market rate, for purchase housing is typically 55 years, isn't that right?
Yeah, our housing agreement that would be prepared would identify the number of years, the term of the affordable housing. And typically it's 30 years.
So if this project were around for 50 years, then for 30 years, there'd be restriction that it's below market rate. And for 20 years beyond that, they'd be able to charge market rate for the property? Am I understanding that correctly?
I believe so. That's correct.
Thank you. And in terms of, so firstly, I don't share the chair's reticence to question experts. I serve as an expert witness on patent cases, and my job is to fight other experts who serve as expert witness on patent cases, and so we're dueling experts in that regard. So I don't have any problem questioning experts. And although I'm not an economist, I'm a computer scientist. So I understand assumptions, and that there are a lot of assumptions that are unstated in here. So the assumption for this in terms of the return on investment, what life of the project did you assume for that?
Well, first of all, just to back up, the analysis that we did would be considered a sort of static analysis, which means that we're taking a point in time in terms of the income that's generated. It's an annual income that's used to generate the return estimate as compared to the estimate of development costs. So what it doesn't do, which speaks to this question about how, what's the useful life of a building, is a long-term 30, 40, 50-year cash flow analysis that evaluates what the value of the building will be over an extended period of time. That is an alternative form of analysis that could be done, but as it relates to this specific question about the fact that the affordability restrictions will only run for perhaps 30 years and that those units can convert to market rate after that period of time. Having done a lot of these analyses, my conclusion would be likely to be that that would not impact the conclusion of our analysis. And the reason why has strictly to do with the time value of money and the fact that a dollar today is worth a lot more than a dollar 30, 40, or 50 years from today. So when you take into account the fact that, sure, you're going to be able to generate more rental income from those 3 units 30 years from now, when you bring that back to an analysis and what it means today, it's actually quite nominal.
So you have here on page 7 of your report. First of all, let me talk about the chart. Can we get to this analysis page of the slide? Can we go back to that, please? I don't know. It's not numbered, and I would request that please number the pages in the future, but I'm talking about the last page with content. Thank you. So it would be a lot easier for us to refer to slide numbers if they were numbered. So on here, on the right-hand side, you have development return approach, and you compare the development returns of the proposed project, which is 6.5%, versus without off-menu concessions. And what I don't remember seeing that number in the report. I remember seeing a comparison between that and the project with the highest value without any below market rate housing. So I'm confused about that number.
Okay, let me clarify that point. You're correct that that number does not appear in the memo that we wrote, and the reason why is because the memo was written describing the development cost approach, not the development return approach. So back up to my earlier presentation, we have 2 alternative approaches to analyzing the economic question. We felt that the development cost approach sort of the preferred approach for the different advantages and disadvantages reasons that we were describing earlier. So we were sort of focused on that approach, and that's the memo that was included in the package. But we wanted to explain that there is an alternative approach to the development return approach, and these are the outcomes of that analysis.
So what I see here is the number 6.5 seems amazingly like the 6.5 that's in the table that's not numbered in the middle of page 7 of your report. Am I correct?
I believe, yes, I believe it's the same. What we're doing in both approaches is analyzing. The one commonality between the two approaches is that we are analyzing the return of the proposed project. So
Right.
in this instance, it's the same number.
So, but in that diagram, in that document, you have the alternative under CS zoning actually has a return of 6.15%. So in other words, this project has a higher return than the return of the maximum value project that can be built under current zoning without any concessions. Am I confused about that, or am I
No,
right?
you've got it correct.
And in fact, that's why your sentence here says, as shown on the bottom of page 6 and the top of page 7, it basically says the results indicate that the requested incentives, each one contributes to project value, are also a project financial benefit to the project, i.e. they help reduce the cost of the project, and also demonstrates why the applicant is motivated to fund the build the proposed project rather than the base case under CS zoning. In other words, the applicant is actually making more money. Okay? So in terms of the development return approach, you actually have shown that the applicant is making more money than this, and therefore, of the 6.5 than 6.15, and therefore it is possible under the development return approach that a concession might be reduced so that so you could get down to 6.15. So is there a calculation of how much reduced concession would match the 6.15 return of the maximum CS zoning?
Well, first of all, just to back up, I mean, I think I would agree with your line of thinking if the 6.5 was a higher return. In other words, if we felt like there was some windfall profit that the developer was achieving here, let's just pick a number, let's say they were achieving a 12% return. I think we would conclude from that they may not need all three concessions to fund the affordable housing costs because there's, quote, an excess profit in the project. Based on our analysis, that is not the case because the 6.5% return is not an excessive return.
Well, what I'm trying to understand here, and let me explain why I'm going through this exercise. So this is, as was mentioned by many people, this is the first project that we've had under the housing density bonus law. And this is the first time that we've had this kind of fiscal analysis. And therefore, we're setting a precedent in some sense about how we do this. And therefore, it seems to me that it's important, if you're going to do it right. That's the first thing. Secondly, this shows that the kind of calculation that's done here essentially will blow our zoning out of the water. So we have zoning CS. Essentially, this calculation can be replicated all over the city, and therefore the zoning we have for CS and the limitations there are essentially meaningless because I'm assuming these findings can happen anywhere. And as a result of that, we would expect this kind of doubling of office space to happen a lot elsewhere in the city. So I think that particular scrutiny is important at this juncture so that we understand this. So I think that the issue from my point of view of substantial evidence, as I understand the attorney says, is that the substantial evidence that the level of concessions, and I interpret that as not the three concessions themselves, but not only the three concessions, but how much each of those concessions are. So if a concession, for example, is they ask for 5 units of whatever and 4 units of whatever would do, then that's more than they need. And so what I'm asking you to calculate, and I'm going to make a motion to this effect, I'm asking for more information to calculate so that based on your rate of return of 6.15, how much increase in the zoning do they need to match that return? Because that's what they're entitled to, matching the return. They're not entitled to more, they're entitled to matching. So I'm going to make the motion, to make a substitute motion. The substitute motion is that this item be continued to a date uncertain with additional analysis of the development return approach so that we can identify the project that is necessary to provide the same rate of return as the most beneficial CS zoning.
No? You can second it? No. Well, I'm going to ask for a second of the motion. It's seconded by Commissioner Tanaka, and then we've got a question from Commissioner, excuse me? Are you out of order? So Vice Chair Keller, if you haven't already done so, you want to clarify your motion briefly?
Yes. My motion is to continue this item to a date uncertain for I guess, KMA to redo the analysis to determine what level of concessions are needed in order to provide a rate of return to the applicant that matches the rate of return of the best project that can be built under CS zoning, which is that's on the left-hand side of the middle of page 7 under the development return approach. Thank you.
Commissioner Tanaka?
Yeah, so I think no, this is kind of like the first time this has been used, so I think a lot of the arguments make sense. I think several other commissioners also have expressed doubts or the need for additional information, which still is not very clear as to what additional information is needed. Perhaps what we should do is send questions into staff so that we could help clarify unknown things that are still unknown. So I'm going to support this.
Commissioner Alchek?
Okay. Look, I applaud your line of thinking. I think you are the staunchest advocate for this pro forma analysis on this commission, and I think what you're trying to do is play developer up here. And with all due respect, you're making the assumption that 5% return would be suitable and that anybody would go for it. And that is an assumption I think is very dangerous. We typically don't say, hey, if you get a 5% return, that's a great return. Typically, that is not a rate. First of all, that's not the framework we used. And so I think it's not necessarily the preferred framework that we've heard from. And I think the notion that you would like to essentially to put this developer in a situation where they can make absolutely, I mean, let me put it this way. The analysis from the experts suggests that the value of the exceptions does not outweigh the costs of the housing. That's what it says. The affordable housing costs exceed the incremental value of these concessions, which is to say that if they didn't build any affordable housing, they would actually not necessarily incur the costs that would fail to be outweighed by the concessions. There has to be some sense of respect for the notion that when a owner of a parcel comes forward with a proposal that meets the criteria that the staff has worked on for God knows how long, that we, frankly, if you're interested in designing the building, you should invest with the man. I think this notion that you're asking, I actually think that what you're asking staff to do at this point is setting a terrible precedent for the first time we go through this process. Everything about this project, it's horizontal massing, it's the way they've worked with the neighbors, their setbacks, their unit mix, their underground parking solution, the avoidance of the site's specific environmental, everything about it suggests that they've done their best to put forth a proposal that satisfies nearly every requirement we have, and then on top of that, they're offering to do certain affordable housing units. They're not offering, first of all, the notion that we would even proceed on that.
So are you going to wrap this up?
Yeah, sure. My point is the notion we would proceed with that is to suggest a different proposal. And I don't think you could justify that request because they may say, we're not going to bring that proposal forward, so this exercise is meaningless.
Other comments from other commissioners? Commissioner King.
Let's see. So I think, the developers are acting exactly as they should act. They're looking at the combination of economics and state law and applying to maximize their potential return on the investment, which is what every developer would do. Because of the state law portion, it's very challenging for us to challenge what's been presented to us. But I don't think that your motion, I would not support, because I don't think that that's the right way to go about it. And particularly in this specific case that you're discussing, you're looking at an option which and correct me if I'm wrong, staff, but I believe that if they were to take the current zoning plan, they would not have to go through a significantly longer process, that they would be able to just apply, and I don't think it would even come before us. Is that correct? If they developed under existing CS zoning?
It's CSD. The D was put on it specifically during that rezoning process so that it would have to come to the Planning Commission.
Okay. So then I may be okay. So my point is, though, that for them to go the below market rate housing, getting the exceptions, that I believe they have to put in more energy. So there are more costs to them, which may not be reflected in the model. Is that accurate? That you've got time value of money, carrying costs. So between the two paths of them taking the two options, is there a difference in how long it would take for them to complete the project?
Not specifically, no. That's a subtlety that probably was not really captured in our analysis.
Okay. Okay. So your belief would be there isn't either project that you've shown here in your analysis would end up going through our process at approximately the same rate and getting completed at approximately the same rate.
Yes. I mean, that's a level of detail of our analysis that we just didn't get into.
Okay. Did the applicant have his hand up? I don't know. Thank you.
When Reed put his report out, we did spend some time looking at the less than CS zone option, which Reed analyzed. We didn't specifically design a building, but I can tell you with the analysis that we did, with having the parking all on the ground level, the only way you can do that is by having the entire ground floor level be parking. It would remove the retail aspect from the project. I doubt very seriously if you would be appreciative of it. I don't think the ARB would be appreciative of it, and I personally would prefer not to design a building that looked that way. It would be pedestrian very unfriendly because it would be all parking in some kind of phony facade on Page Mill Road. It was done as a financial alternative, which Reed is charged to do. We spent the time to look and see what the planning and architectural ramifications of it are, and it's a building that would never be approved in this town, and I don't think many people would want to design one that was only parking on the ground floor with office and housing above.
Thank you. Commissioner Gardias, do you have any comments?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. So I totally agree with the spirit of the motion that you proposed, but not with the motion itself. I don't think that it requires motion. I also had some questions about quantitative analysis of this lot, but for the future purpose, not for this project in particular. I think that we should start methodology that would allow us to compare projects that have affordable housing element to other projects that we have in Palo Alto and also to other municipalities. And I think that this, what you propose, this calculation may be a part of this. But as I mentioned, I don't think that motion would be required here. So, Chair, please help me from the procedural perspective. I would like to propose.
Oh, I think you're doing fine.
Either a motion.
No, I think you're indicating that you're not going to support the.
Right, but I would like to just add something else, right? So I would like to.
Oh, please don't.
You can make a friendly amendment.
Friendly amendment. If I can make a friendly amendment.
Do you have to?
Yes, I would like to support original motion as proposed by Commissioner Olczyk.
Oh, that's still on the table. You don't have to do that.
Okay.
It's still there.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'm inclined not to support the unfriendly amendment, but perhaps for different reasons. I'm a skeptic of the development cost approach and the development return approach, notwithstanding that they're established methodologies. I don't believe they satisfy my concerns as a commissioner or as a resident. And I don't really think they help us understand the merits of the project. I think that in many ways this is an excellent project that meets a lot of the public policy goals of the city, and it will ultimately get decided on the basis of its merits. So our discussion tonight is not going to derail that, at least too much. I also think that I'm not sure where it came from, but I'm more than willing to question any expert on any topic at any time. But I don't believe that it's within the Commission's purview to edict that there is some acceptable return on investment or some level of risk, and I don't think that's something that was within our competency, much less our purview. Also, for the record, I think that the passionate advocacy of Commissioner Olczyk relative to protecting the purview of developers is sincere, but it's somewhat out of place. So I think that's not really our role on the Commission in terms of how we evaluate the materials. I also just want to note that we comply with the Brown Act. We don't have meetings other than right here. To get this much material and not have any way to digest it in advance of tonight makes a really unwieldy process as we sort of diligently and sincerely try to explore, all the details, much less that the TDM measures are, 167 of the proposed conditions of the, Exhibit E of Attachment A, which isn't identified and you can't find it, even though you stayed up late trying to read the whole thing. And so we got to do better on how we organize the materials, because it does a disservice to us and to the applicant. And so I apologize for how hard this is. So let's have a vote on the unfriendly. No, I want a vote on the unfriendly amendment. All in favor? One in favor. All opposed?
Actually, it's a substitute motion on our friendly amendment.
Substitute motion. Okay, so it's defeated. So let's have a vote on the main motion, which is.
I would like to make comment on that motion.
Do you have to?
Yes.
All right. Vice Chair Keller.
So I want to make two quick observations. The first observation is that this project, because it involves excavation, will not be able to start construction essentially until next spring, because I doubt if it will be able to be finished in terms of the ARB and all that process in the be soon enough to start construction. So that's one thing. The second thing is I do think that we are very likely to find a lot of very oversized buildings compared to standard zoning in the future using this approach, and essentially our zoning limitations because of this approach will be meaningless. Thank you.
I'm sorry, just to clarify, if I could, because of the state density bonus law, not because of some approach in the analysis. I mean, I think we all when the density bonus, the local density bonus ordinance was brought to council, I think there was universal distaste for having to enact something or having to react to a state mandate. That it does have the potential to allow densities in excess of what local zoning provides for. But that is the state law. And I think our economic consultant has done a very credible job of providing analysis that he's presented very well here this evening. I don't want our frustration at the law and the state mandate to reflect on the quality of that analysis.
Let me just add that perhaps we should amend our state density bonus law implementing ordinance to implement the kind of analysis that Commissioner King was suggesting, which is a value, if you will, a value-based approach, rather than these approaches that are here. But that we'd have to amend the ordinance, I think, to do that.
So with that, I'm going to call for a vote on the motion, which is, just to restate, because we may have lost track of it, it's voting the staff recommendation. Is that correct? Okay. All in favor? Opposed? So Commissioners King and Vice Chair Keller opposed, others in favor, so the motion passes. And 4-2. And we're going to take a 5-minute recess.
I'm gonna take off. So I'm just letting the record know that I have to leave. I have to catch a flight.
Because he's got a flight to catch, and Director Gittleman has departed because she lives downtown.
Did you want to report that Commissioner Tanaka was here for the entire previous item? I'm not sure.
And I would like to report that Commissioner Tanaka has been here for the entire previous item, although he missed the roll call in the first moments of the meeting. And with that, let's turn to the next item, which is a study session on the downtown residential preferential parking program, which is now the DRPP, if I get that correct. And we'll start with a report from staff.
Thank you, Chair Michael. Good evening, Commissioners. So this evening we are just doing a sort of quick status update on the RPP citywide ordinance development and also the downtown program development process. So on our agenda, I'm going to sort of just give a quick sort of overview. I know we have one new commissioner here since this all sort of kicked off. So a little bit of background on where we came from, a little bit of an overview of the schedule of where we are in the current process, an update on what the stakeholder group has deliberated on so far, and then we're going to ask for some input from you on some specific items. So I'm Jessica Sullivan, the parking manager, and I also have up here Jaime Rodriguez, our chief transportation official. Everybody else, I guess, is recused. So as most of you know, on January 27th, Council gave us direction to move forward with sort of a dual process to develop in parallel the citywide ordinance for RPP districts, and then also to design the program for the first priority district, which became the downtown district. They also asked us to streamline the current process by which neighborhoods were proposing to opt into an RPP district framework. As well as to use a stakeholder process to design the district. So we have begun that process to date, and we'll give an update on that. So this slide, just to kind of take a little bit of a step back, I think one of the things that's been sort of coalescing for staff is this idea that there's really sort of three groups of strategies that we're using to kind of handle some of our parking and transportation challenges. So I'm not going to get into this very much in detail. The point of this slide is really just to show you that RPP is really one component or one piece of the puzzle of this sort of three-pronged approach of parking management, transportation demand management measures, and then also parking supply measures. And as you're probably aware, we're engaged in a huge number of projects this year. in all of these categories, and we're not going to give an update on all of them tonight, but I think the message is just that RPP is one piece of the puzzle. Our hope is that it helps to move the needle in the right direction, but it's not the sort of magic bullet to all of our parking programs or our parking problems. So this is our current thinking on sort of how the citywide ordinance and the resolution, which is specific to a program or an area in the city, would work together to create an RPP district. Basically, the citywide ordinance is more of the umbrella under which the resolutions will fall. So the citywide ordinance will outline the process for neighborhoods to petition to become RPP districts. It will describe the survey and outreach process. It will also talk about the enforcement strategy for RPP districts. The resolutions, which are specific to each area, so the downtown resolution is the one that we're working on currently, will outline the specifics of the design of the program. So things like hours of enforcement, the number of permits that we sell within each district, the boundaries of that district and any zones within it, and then any other restrictions on permit sales for that particular district. So the point is that it gives us a flexible framework so that different neighborhoods can have different programs if that's what ends up being the appropriate thing. And each each resolution would be developed through stakeholder input for each potential district. So this is just a kind of quick overview of the schedule of where we are in the process. We started our stakeholder meetings in March of this year. We have one meeting every month. We've completed 3 of the 6. Our next meeting is actually next Thursday, and we will be diving into the ordinance and the survey and outreach process for district development. Obviously, here we are, June 11th, for our update to the PTC. We're coming back to you in September for essentially a review of the final draft ordinance and downtown program. And then we don't go to council until November for the first reading of the ordinance and review of the downtown program. The second reading will be in December, at which point we will have a number of other things related to the downtown district development teed up, and then we'll move into to actually enforcing or starting the implementation process for that district, if assuming we get council approval of the ordinance in December. So this is sort of where we are in the process right now. So one of the things that's been communicated to the stakeholder group, which is comprised of 5 business interests and 6 residential interests from various parts of the downtown area, is that the group is an advisory committee to staff, and that staff is advisory to council. So we can deliberate on different topics, but ultimately, at the end of the day, we're deliberating on those things to get people's opinions and to understand the points of view of the group, to provide that as information to council. Nothing that we vote on is necessarily binding. So to give you a sense of what's been happening at the meetings, at the first meeting, one of the first exercises that we did was we actually had the stakeholders develop the list of questions or issues about what would need to be designed for these RPP, this RPP district, and ultimately sort of setting a framework for how this moves forward in the future for other districts as well. So these are the sort of 9 categories of I guess, design parameters that the group came up with. Number 1 is what we called supply, and that's really the most sort of contentious and really most important piece of the design of the puzzle, is the number of permits, specifically for employees, and then how they would be allocated throughout the district. Also on the agenda, enforcement, so the hours of enforcement of the district and what the expected level of enforcement would be. Implementation, so how the permits are sold, what the survey process would be like, which would be addressed by the ordinance. Permit sales, costs of both permits and also the enforcement. What the definition of the district really meant, whether there's zones within it that mean something or not. What's the target level of occupancy for the program? How do we know if it's actually successful? Whether there's any predicate actions meaning things we need to do before we do RPP, and then other, which really just came down to safety concerns. So what happened was the stakeholder group came up with this whole list of issues, which is, they're actually listed specifically in the back of the staff report. And then staff kind of took them and turned them into what we called policy questions. And those became the sort of agendas for the meetings and became the material that the stakeholders deliberated on. So just to give a quick update on what some of the deliberations were and sort of where we are right now. The group chose a few what we call low-hanging fruit policies to look at first, things that we thought might be slightly easier to come to consensus on. So the first of these was transferability of permits. And everybody more or less agreed that they would like both employee permits and residential permits to be transferable. Employee permits meaning that they would be potentially transferable between employees of the same business, which would be particularly useful for hourly employees if they work different shifts. And then residents thought it would be appropriate to be able to pass on a permit to a family relative that might be visiting the house. So the district boundary originally was actually kind of an interesting discussion. This was the boundary that was sort of first drawn for the downtown area. As you can see, it's pretty straightforward. Alma to the west and Palo Alto Ave to the north. There was some discussion about pushing the boundary past Embarcadero, which is where this sort of figure came from. After the group deliberated on it for a little while, the member of the group who suggested that ultimately rescinded that idea, recognizing that the old Palo Alto neighborhood below Embarcadero is really quite different in character than the neighborhood above it. There's also different triggers in that neighborhood with the Castellea School. And then they also wanted to look at the area over here, so east of Gwinda, and the staff's response to that was that we don't currently have much data east of Gwinda, but that we could take a look at that in moving forward. So ultimately, this became sort of the draft proposal that the group came up with for the boundary of the program. We would not include Embarcadero at this time, and to the east, we would only be going to Gwinda. The hours of enforcement, this discussion, initially the group sort of settled around this idea that 9 a.m. was the right time to start a permit program, and maybe to 6 or 7 in the evening. However, subsequent discussion kind of broke out, and there's some members of the group think that there are some areas of downtown that need to have different hours of enforcement than other areas. Generally, everybody agrees that we still want to provide 2 hours of free parking regardless of whether or not you're a permit holder. So the last issue that I'm just going to give a quick update on, and this is really, this happened at our previous meeting, and we're going to be readdressing this issue at our next meeting next week, the supply discussion. So the groups all came up with their own unique proposals, but essentially most of them fell into really 2 main camps about how to allocate employee permits. The first one is the idea that you could allocate specific spots physically with curbing and striping within the district for employees. And the group felt that the group proposing this felt that they had the appropriate percentage that could be used for that purpose. The rationale here was that this was a simple way to physically allocate spots and then fill them with employee parkers. They felt that the city-generated data and the resident-generated data were in agreement and that they could understand the correct number to allocate. And so this was sort of a proposal that they gained a lot of support from the residents. So the straw vote that occurred on this proposal was actually quite favorable. It was 8-1 in favor of this proposal, with 2 members of the committee being absent, both of whom happened to be business leaders. One of whom subsequently came back and said this is definitely not something they would have voted for. The second proposal around supply was the idea that rather than allocating specific spots right away, we do something that is a little more iterative. In other words, control the program using permit sales. So the idea is here basically that you can quickly eliminate what the stakeholders are calling the poacher parking, which is the Caltrain Parker, and the Stanford Parker. So if you sell an unlimited number of permits to employees, however many want them, and to residents, you eliminate the parkers who technically are not supposed to be there. The other rationale for this proposal is that it allows data collection to occur as the program is being implemented. So staff can monitor the number of permits sold and then also do occupancy studies within the areas of the district. There was a sort of subset of this idea that said, and you could also do a creation of tiered pricing when you sell the permits so that people wanting to park closer in could pay more, and people who were less inclined to that could park farther out. So essentially the two ideas, and what I'm doing is I'm synthesizing a number of ideas that sort of came forth into two main piles, but this is kind of where the camps were at. So in our next meeting, this coming Thursday, we are going to be looking at the design of supply again, and we're looking also at the survey and implementation process. And so, of course, we appreciate all the feedback we can get from you, but we are specifically asking for your feedback on this idea of the two supply proposals that are currently out there, and then also on the process by which neighborhoods can propose to become districts in the future. Thank you.
So maybe feedback on the first question on supply proposals. The floor is open. Would somebody like to address the supply proposals? Commissioner King.
Can you just clarify the poacher parking and how, I understand that's like Caltrain or Stanford people who park here and then bike or walk over to Stanford or Caltrain?
Right. I mean, technically, no matter what program is implemented, it would eliminate those parkers because they wouldn't be eligible for permits.
Because every place within that zone would require a permit at all times other than the 2-hour parkers.
Right. That's right.
Okay. Thank you. And then my other question regarding the two, has any cost analysis been done? I mean, just thinking about it, looks like if you have to mark spaces, that's going to be more expensive than just having a free-for-all where everyone parks everywhere. Am I missing something?
Yeah, so we've looked at some costs related to not so much the physical design of the program, but enforcement, since that's really the biggest cost, or one of the bigger ongoing costs that we'll have. So that's kind of feeding into some of our thoughts around how we would enforce it, but we haven't really done any analysis of construction costs, I would say.
Okay. And then, let's see, the other question I had around that 2 hour. So what's the state of the art of 2-hour parking enforcement? I know, do they still use the chalk stick, or are we now, I mean, I assume now we have the capacity to read license plates with the police cars can do that and use GPS. So the technology exists. I don't know if they use it to say, oh, that car's been in the same spot. So what is
That's
happening?
right, yeah. I mean, and so right now the police department is still doing, they are doing some chalking, and they're also doing physical, or I should say manual entering of license plates into these little handheld readers,
okay.
From which data is uploaded daily into a citation processing software that's hosted elsewhere. So that is not, I mean, it is not necessarily, I think, what we'd call state of the art. We are looking at trying to use LPR, license plate recognition enforcement, for RPP districts. And one of the things that's been discussed is private enforcement, so contract enforcement companies, because most of them are using that software, and the labor costs associated with the enforcement are significantly cheaper than fully benefited city employees.
Okay, great, thanks. I don't have any real feedback other than, in general, cheaper is better with an expensive program, but I don't see I don't see a strong feedback on either of those. Thanks.
Commissioner Gardias?
Thank you very much. So yes, I totally support Commissioner King's request about cost-benefit analysis, right? It would be adequate just to have all these packages just to show us that there's going to be revenue, there will be an outlay, but we will not spend more. We should not spend more than we would make, right? So that's important. But what I would like to do, I would like to just take a minute and just put a little bit different perspective. When I was looking into this, and it was new to me, and I was not familiar with all the elements, and your graph just this shows perfectly how this RPP program falls into the entire three-elect approach. But when I was thinking about the permit policy, I was asking myself question, why we are just writing policy about permit as opposed to address the entire aspect of the mobility, because all of this should be approached differently, and then mobility of Palo Alto residents and incomers should be an objective of such a policy as opposed to narrowly held subject of parking. So, and I know that you're not in the position to talk about some other programs. There's lots of them, but at least I'm just sending a signal, and we have other members of staff here, right? So that would be appropriate maybe for us just to understand how we can apply or just design a policy that would not only just address the parking, but would dynamically address the mobility of the residents, right? And then if you just establish or propose such a policy, then of course it you may tie it to some nodes of transportation, and then you can identify the zones that are in proximity of the transportation means, like buses or VTA buses or Caltrain or whatever it would be, right? Company buses, and then you can identify the zones that are within the proximity of those nodes, and then those probably may not need to have such high parking requirements, right? And then, based on this, you can design dynamically any district, because you can say, well, if we're going to work with the VTA and we're going to work with Caltrain and with everybody else, and we will establish good transportation for this, let's say for some middle field proximity, then of course those businesses would benefit, and maybe we can eliminate the parking needs for those businesses, right, altogether. And then if there's going to be the transportation convenience is going to grow, then automatically this policy would apply to some other businesses that would be in this proximity, right? And this also, thinking the same way, you can just say this policy may serve not only the downtown area, but also some other areas. We just had a review on the development on Page Mill, and then in the future you will face the same dilemma around the California Avenue as you face today around University and downtown area, right? So that's pretty much about the policy, and then of course, right, you can, as I mentioned, right, you can just classify different sites by the location proximity, right? This would become, then it would eliminate the need for establishing a specific zone, right? It would be just pretty much an algorithm based on which you can calculate what are the parking needs for each development. And then if you think further, you can say that this policy would not only relate to the Planning and Transportation Commission, but also to the Architectural Review Board that may just start, that will change thinking about the zoning itself, because then they may eliminate the needs for the parking requirements in certain developments. And a good example we just had reviewed a few minutes ago when we talk about 441 Page Mill Road, then unless under different circumstances may not need all this parking or garage parking requirements in the building, and probably the whole area could have been committed to the office and retail, as opposed to just using all this space for parking. So this is just a general comment, so please consider this. Thank you.
So I'm just going to use sort of a left-to-right principle and go next. So as I understand it, you're asking us to give you feedback on the supply question, on the two supply proposals, one of which is to allocate spots based on within the district for employees, and the other of which is to control via permit sales, either flat rate or tiered pricing. And so the question I would have in order for us to give you constructive feedback is it's hard to understand supply in isolation without also looking at demand. And so I would posit some other questions on both the supply side and the demand side in order to give sort of a coherent response to your favorite alternative. On the supply side, I note that we don't have a full chamber tonight. I'm looking at it for the public, and I'm thinking that parking is really important, and I'm wondering where everybody is. Thank you, Gennady, for representing the public. Looking forward to your article. But if I was going to channel my inner Ken Alsman or my Nielsen Buchanan or even my Eric Filseth, and I'd wonder, what the data is relative to the quantification of the parking deficit. So you want to address the supply. Well, how much do you need? What's the measurement of the unmet need? What's the deficit? And maybe the deficit is measurable in the form of measuring the extent of the intrusion. And so this, I think, a lot of what we've heard in other meetings is people are trying to assess this, and they go around at different times of day, and then you're doing this at different times of the year and so forth, and seeing, to what extent are people parking, in the neighborhoods, and so this relates to how much supply is needed. On the intrusion, one of the things that goes on, and this I'm going back to the street survey we got in relationship to the downtown development cap, is that the preferential behavior of people is curbside first, surface lot second, parking structure third, and that the parking structures are underutilized. They're only at 70% of capacity versus 85 to 90% would be measured, would be deemed more optimal. And if over and above the parking counts and the assessment of the intrusion, this behavioral aspect of our employees and residents and visitors and anybody who happens to be in the community is something which relates to how much supply is actually needed. So if you actually were to somehow encourage behavior that was more efficient or would more efficiently utilize the available place, that would affect sort of the absolute amount of supply that I think would be desirable. On the demand side, and I've got this great curiosity as to the status of something which is happening, I think, in parallel, which is the development of a business registry. And this goes, I think, to the TDM initiatives, which are really important. And that's how do you know what's needed in terms of supply if you don't know how many employees there are? And then where they're coming from, what time they're arriving, what time they're leaving, where they're going. And so what mode of transit is available to them other than single occupant automobile? Can they take public transit? Can they carpool? Can they shuttle? So until you have a handle on that data on the demand side, and then maybe even in terms of the businesses, not just employees, but customers. I mean, how do the customers of the retail stores get themselves? Do they take the bus? Do they ride their bike? Do they come in car? Do they need to park? And how does that affect the supply? But with all that, I think that you're asking good questions, and I can't personally figure out how your first alternative would actually work in practice, this allocation of spots based on if your status was you're an employee, so you can be at the blue striped one. If you're a retail customer, you can park anywhere you want, or if you're a resident, hope you have a garage or something. But it doesn't seem to me to be workable in practice. So I would think that your second option, which hasn't been really fleshed out, is to explore that further relative to what you want to do in terms of the quantity of permits in relationship to this other bits of data which I think aren't fully developed yet. So let me just stop there and on to Vice Chair Keller.
Thank you. So the first thing is that I am sympathetic with the second proposal because I think that the Caltrain and Stanford poacher problem is not is one that needs to be addressed, and so I don't think that approach 1 solves that problem. But I don't think that approach 2 is finally analyzed sufficiently, so I will follow up on Chair Michael's lead and give some more detail for you. So the first thing is that I agree with the idea of tiered pricing. The further away from the downtown core that you get to park, the cheaper the price of the permit. And that means that you need zones. You need zones that say you have a permit to park in this little piece of downtown north or this little piece of SOFA, and that allows you to allocate the spaces around so that people basically get that to allocate in that zone for businesses. So businesses would buy permits at a tiered price for a defined zone. Okay? Residences, however, would basically have a permit that will allow them to park anywhere in the neighborhood. So the residences would be unzoned. Now, in terms of pricing, I think that the issue is I don't think pricing is sufficient to limit quantity. Now, we have waiting lists for the garages. Now, I know the garages may not be fully utilized, but we have capacity limitations on how many garage spaces we allocate. There's no reason why we shouldn't do the same with the spaces we allocate to businesses in downtown North and SOFA. We basically should figure out how many spaces we want to allocate, what percentage, and then allocate them. Okay? To these parking permits. The problem is, what percentage do you do? And do you start out with a number that's too high and titrate your way down and snarf permits from people saying, sorry, you had a permit before, but you don't have it anymore. You're not going to get renewed. Well, that's a hard strategy to follow. The other strategy is to start out with saying, I'm going to allocate a smaller number of permits and see if we don't achieve saturation. And to me, saturation is based on the Shoup number of 85% at peak time. And peak time is essentially 11:30 to 1:30, essentially. And so if you still have if you're below the 85% saturation level in the peak time, then you can sell some more permits. And if you're above the saturation level, you've screwed up and need to sell more. But essentially, you want to start low enough so that you can actually sell more or move them around in order to even equalize that out. Now, there's another rationale why you want to start with the under-allocation of business permits as opposed to the over-allocation approach. And that is the idea of whose ox is gored. In other words, who's dealing with the pain. And right now, the residents in downtown North and SOFA have been dealing with the pain. And the businesses haven't been dealing as much with the pain because they've been parking there. So you have this three-legged stool that that's on page 4 of your chart. And so essentially, if you under-allocate business permits in downtown North and downtown and SOFA and titrate up to the point at which it gets stable, then you've removed the pain for the residences and you put the pain on the businesses. Well, the interesting thing about putting the pain on the businesses and workers is that will essentially force the businesses and workers to support TDM measures and parking supply measures, which is exactly what you want to do. Because right now they may not be as supportive of that. But if they feel pain, they may be more supportive of that. Than if they are basically saying it's not a problem because I can park anywhere, and so essentially putting the pain where it actually causes solution to other problems is worthwhile. Two other slight things. One is that in terms of parking supply, we have notions of when you build projects, you have to park a certain amount of that project. Now, people say, well, because of TDM measures and because of mixed use and blah, 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 you might want to reduce the amount of parking that you require. Okay? Well, there's another way to deal with it, which is require the parking. And if it's demonstrated that you have too much required, then you can basically lease that space to the city or make it available to the city, and the city will issue permits for those parking spaces, and thereby adding it to the supply. If you do it that way, you essentially have a parking reserve. You build the parking you need, that you think you need. If you build too much, you can reallocate it. If you make the mistake and under-require parking, then you've got a worse problem, because you can't say, oh, tear down that building and build 5 more spaces. Ain't going to happen. So it's easier to overbuild and basically buy back the space, reuse those spaces effectively than the other way around. Thank you.
Commissioner Tanaka.
So let's see here. Just wanted to clarify, is there still a waiting list for the parking garages?
We have, yes, we're monitoring it pretty closely, and Lot R, we've been able to really limit that wait list because of the valet program. But we have a very small wait list right now at most of the downtown garages. California Ave, we still have about 130.
Okay. And then have you guys thought about what kind of pricing there might be for the residents to pay for their permits?
We haven't sort of formally discussed pricing in the meetings, but we've sort of, ideas have been thrown around. I mean, the residents have actually stated that they do not want free permits. They want everyone to have skin in the game, so to speak. But that the permit fee would be, essentially nominal compared to the employee parker fee.
Mm-hmm. Would it be like cost recovery level, or subsidized, or profitable?
I think we haven't really deliberated that far. I mean, the council motion said that we should not feel sort of constrained to keep the program costs neutral. Okay. I do know a lot of other cities are able to do that, but those cities also charge for on-street parking, and so they're able to recoup additional revenues that way as well. I don't know if we're not charging yet for on-street parking, whether it's possible to make the program cost neutral, just because the costs of enforcement are quite high.
Mm-hmm. Is the one in College Terrace cost neutral?
No, it's losing money rapidly.
Okay. Would you think the permit fees would be the same as College Terrace?
For residents?
Yeah.
I mean, my guess is I don't know, I can't really speculate. It would be somewhere around that, maybe a little bit more. But
can you remind us what it is right now?
Right now, College Terrace is paying $40 per permit. The program is essentially losing about $60,000 every year, and had an initial subsidy from Stanford to help kind of kick it off, but has pretty much exhausted most of that funding. So
I was actually part of the original resident permit parking program for downtown, although it didn't go anywhere, and also part of the College Terrace residential permit parking program. So let me just kind of give you feedback on number 2. That's probably the easier one.
Actually, are we done with feedback on number 1?
Not yet, but.
So you can, well.
Oh, are you only doing number 1 now?
Yeah, just number 1.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Well, okay. So let me hold that comment.
Do you mean this number 2 or this number?
No, I was second at this too. Okay. Yeah. So let me just talk about what is my thoughts on this. I think the second one makes more sense, and I think a lot of those reasons have already been mentioned. But I was actually thinking about number 2, but that's fine.
So I'm going to start with Commissioner Tanaka and ask for feedback from the council on feedback on the process by which neighborhoods may propose to become an RPP district in the spirit of simplification, starting with Commissioner Tanaka.
Yeah, so I think this is a very interesting question, because it really depends on how much you charge, right? If it's free, everyone wants it, right? No big deal. But once you start charging for it, because I experienced this in College Terrace, where if it was like no cost, everyone's in for it. Yeah, let's do it. And then instantly you start charging money for it, people will start like saying, oh, well, I'm not sure I really, really need it. And so I think, if I recall, this was actually the issue for the first residential permit parking proposal, which was, I think the residents that were there weren't necessarily as engaged to the community as might have been, would have been ideal. So I think has there been thoughts about like what kind of percentage, like for each block face, it would take for someone to?
You mean for proposal number 1, or?
No, just for a neighborhood to become part of the district.
Oh, yeah. I mean, so we're actually going to be discussing that next week. I think initially when we came to council for this go around, we had a supermajority as part of the process, and there was a lot of feedback that residents thought that was too high and thought it should be 50 plus 1.
Yeah, I don't know about 50 plus 1. That's tough, I think. Yeah, because otherwise you're going to have people flipping back and forth between the program. So I think that's going to be difficult. But one thing I could say is that incredible outreach is needed here, because no matter what, in College Station we did a lot. I mean, I thought we overdid it, and yet they had people being surprised when they saw the posts coming in. Right. And so you can never quite do enough. And so it's something which I acknowledge the hardness of this problem. So it's something which I think is needed, but the implementation of it's not so simple. And so what has the outreach been so far to the neighborhoods? And has the neighborhood organizations been pretty good about getting the word out?
Yeah, so far the outreach has been for the most part, we have a website and the meetings are all open to the public. We do get, we probably get about maybe 20 to 30 people at each meeting, including the stakeholders. It's not a huge turnout, but people are interested. The stakeholders themselves are distributing the meeting updates and information on Nextdoor, and so they can give me updates on X hundred number of people have received this. At this coming meeting, however, we are going to strategize on the sort of more official outreach process, which is really going to happen here in the next 3 months.
How are you going to do that?
Well, part of our process, we're going to we've let them know we're going to discuss this next time, and people have been providing us ideas.
I think doing a complete survey would be really, I know it's expensive, but doing a really...
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, we assume we're going to do a survey. How many surveys and sort of what the parameters are, we haven't decided.
Okay, because I think what happens is as this becomes more real, you'll get a lot more vocal people coming out. Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair Keller.
Thank you. So firstly, I want to add one more thing to the other item, which is that in terms of 2-hour parking, that's park once in the entire SOFA downtown north district. So you have 2 hours to park, and then you can't repark within that district the rest of the day. That's, I think, what sort of like the color code. It's treated as one large color code, as opposed to move your car every 2 hours to another piece of downtown north or SOFA. That's the first thing. The second thing is that the citywide ordinance, in some sense, we have a process by which we're designing an ordinance for downtown north and SOFA. And we're extrapolating that in some process to a citywide ordinance. And I'm not sure the degree to which businesses elsewhere in the city are involved in that, or residences elsewhere in the city that are involved in that. But I think that the citywide ordinance should be designed to handle, not to replace, but designed to handle the cases that we already have. So we have a situation in College Terrace, and so if the citywide ordinance were to encompass the kinds of things that College Terrace has, then the citywide ordinance would be, from my point of view, that's a degree of measure of merit for the citywide ordinance that it handles this case. Similarly to Crescent Park, if the citywide ordinance doesn't handle the case of Crescent Park, then there's something missing from the citywide ordinance in that regard. So I do think that the citywide ordinance needs to handle the existing cases of Crescent Park, College Terrace, needs to handle the kind of cases we're talking about in terms of downtown North and SoFa, and needs to handle the kinds of things that would make sense for California Avenue adjacent neighborhoods, the north and south of California Avenue. So I think that those are, to me, figures of merit for understanding the quality of a citywide ordinance and how it should be designed. The next thing is I'm sympathetic with the idea of outsourcing city enforcement, and perhaps to save money we might want to outsource our current color code enforcement and have one contract for that, rather than doing that in sort of some city employees doing some of that enforcement and not city employees doing other kind of enforcement. That seems to be inconsistent to me, and so doing that all at once makes much more sense. And in particular, if you're going to be enforcing nighttime restrictions like Crescent Park, it makes sense to do that with outsourced enforcement rather than doing that with city employees. I'm not sure I would want the police having to do that enforcement, and there isn't parking enforcement agents working at night typically, so that's an issue. I'll close with one consideration. College Terrace, as was pointed out, is losing money in terms of the parking permit program. The downtown North and SoFa may lose money. There's money needed for TMA measures, for the TDM. So it seems to me that there's the potential for what is called a Melrose district. And the idea is you would have a larger district that encompasses all the neighborhoods that can have potential enforcement of this. So essentially the whole city. And the residential rate would be to essentially pay for the kinds of enforcement that are going on in College Terrace and things like that. And so you have a certain rate for the residential enforcement and to pay for that, and you have a certain rate for TMA measures for businesses. And you have a tax based on that. So you may have a tax based on certain per housing unit parcel, a tax based on number of employees or square footage or whatever for the commercial parcels. And a Melrose district would allow a citywide vote that would deal with all of these parking issues and enforcement citywide. Thank you.
So we're still trying to answer your second question on feedback on the process by which neighborhoods can propose to become an RPP district. Is that okay? So I think the impetus for having the parking permits has varied depending on the cause of the perceived problem. So in Crescent Park recently, there was the issue of people who were coming from the other side of the creek, living in apartment buildings that were underparked, and they would come across the bridge, the Newell Bridge, and park on the streets there. So that was a nighttime parking issue that came from a particularly identified source of a parking deficit. College Terrace, as I understand it, a lot of employees at Stanford who couldn't get parking permits at Stanford and wanted to, who needed to get to work, and they would park in College Terrace, then they'd take the Marguerite shuttle or somehow get to work, but they'd leave their car in College Terrace. So that you had the permit parking there for a different reason and different solution. And in Professorville and SoFa and downtown North, you have a combination of maybe people who are riding Caltrain, who the parking provided by Caltrain is not sufficient, or they don't want to pay the fee. You have employees who work downtown who don't have parking provided by their employer, and maybe you even have people coming to a restaurant at lunchtime and they can't find a parking space, so they can park in the neighborhood. So some level of retail customers who can't park curbside or elsewhere may also be parking I don't know. But there's different possible sources. So part of this may be a factor in determining the validity or the viability or the legitimacy or the necessity of the permit regime. It seems to me that if it's simply a matter of a vote, it may be kind of something you want to do the right thing at the right time in the right way. And so maybe what you want to do is you want to have sort of some way to identify at the outset that there is an issue. And maybe this is done by setting out a procedure where somebody can just submit a complaint or a petition signed by some number of other people. So it's started by submitting a petition with 10 signatures or something. Then the next step might be you follow up on that, you look into it, you do some sort of assessment, maybe you go out and you count cars at the appropriate time of day or night. And then you repeat that until you confirm whether or not this is a valid concern. There should be a metric by which this is measured that is a metric that there's like total saturation of all the curbside spots are just available like never, or is it 50% of the time, 20% of the spots are something, and I can't do it in my head, but there's probably something where the level of pain on that block is manageable because you can park across the street, or you can park around the corner, and then you can verify that actually is typically available because you measured it, or it can be counted. I'm hoping. So when you do the petition, the looking into it, the assessment, and measured against an objective standard, then maybe you're ready to have a vote. People are going to sort of establish the regime based on its legitimate, and you've jumped through all the hoops. But to me, then the question is, do you do that block by block? Maybe not, because then it's kind of like fusing a disk or something, and then like the next disk is going to be the vulnerable spot. Do you do it by larger contiguous areas, a district? What is the definition of the larger area if it's not a block? Is it an entire neighborhood? And so I don't think I think you have to make some kind of, maybe with your stakeholder group, kind of argue this and see if people can come to some sort of compromise understanding of this. But I think if you have it block by block, then it's just going to shift the pain, just around the bend, and then that's probably not good. So it needs to be a bigger area, perhaps. And I think you want to make the process by which you get, when you lead up to the vote, have some level of steps that you go through that verifies that it's a real problem, the nature of the severity, and you're measuring it against some objectively quantifiable standard. And if you think it's not a problem, you can tell people, look, we've done the counts. Ken Alsman's done the counts. We've all counted, and you can park. So you're not ready to vote yet, but I think that what you want to do is take some of the emotion out of it, because it's sort of the people on council talk about the curbside parking is sort of like part of the commons. It's not private property. It's sort of a public good, and it should be shared to some extent. And that's you want to maybe set expectations for the way in which that sharing is going to be metered out or paid for in the form of permits, or whether you're going to incentivize certain behaviors to actually go to the garage, because the parking in the garage is free, but if you park in the street and get caught, the citation is expensive. Or maybe there's curbside metering for downtown, and then you sort of get the behavior in line with the plan, if that's helpful. Commissioner Gardias.
Thank you. So I think I didn't speak about the number one, so just just catching up, right? I think that the second proposal seems more attractive. I just want to speak very briefly about the parking cost, right? So this is in the same spirit of the policy that may be tied to the mobility. if you think that you can establish the classes of the mobility by the blocks or by some areas and assign a high mobility area, which is proximity to the transportation, medium mobility, and a low mobility, which is distant from the transportation nodes, then you can also tie the parking cost or fees to those mobility, because naturally, if you're close to the transportation means, if you want to bring a car, then of course you should pay a higher rate, right? Because this is double convenience, right? So you pay higher rate. If you're distant, then your rate should be minimal or zero, right? There should be something between, right? So then it's about logic, how you would establish a policy that pretty much would self-regulate itself throughout the whole city if you want to just spread it out, right? But I just want to make one more point about something else. We talk about cost, right? I just want to make sure that we address it precisely, because if you're gonna do the cost analysis, we want to make sure that you could precisely advise us what's the cost of the parking stall or the parking spot. It could be in the built garage, or it could be on street. And then the cost should also have a component of the maintenance, and then component of the regulatory component, which would be an employee or outsourced employee that would be pretty much collecting the fees or just checking, verifying, right? So it should be fully loaded cost, so you can understand what truly is the parking, what's the cost of the parking spot or stall in Palo Alto, right? It could be measured, right, I don't know, $100,000. That could be pretty much the net present value of this, right? And then, if we understand this, we would understand why we are losing money on this program in the College Terrace, right? Because somebody bears this cost, right? If we're losing money, then Palo Alto taxpayer is subsidizing this, right? So pretty much the private residents, they pay for this program, right? So then there would be a question, right? Who should truly pay for this? So I just spoke about this only just to ask you that if you're going to analyze this cost, please make sure that all the components are considered so we can understand it. Thank you.
Commissioner King.
Thank you. With apologies to the cat herder, I will limit my time to 4 minutes, but I may not go on those points. So the second one, everyone I think has spoken. I don't have anything to add on number 2. But going back now, thinking about the specific allocation of spots, the item 1 on 1, it seems like that will create the new acronym, a NIMFY, which is a not in my front yard, right? Because everyone, the residents who signed up, who thought, oh, this is going to be great, they're all thinking, oh, it's going to go in somebody else's front yard, and I'll have, so was there discussion about that?
Yeah, I mean, thank you for all of your comments, because I think we agree with you 100%. We agree with all of you. So the resident proposal is really predicated on the idea that there is some certainty around the percentage that should be allocated. We do have data, and the city data. I don't know if I want to call it demand data, but we have looked at the number of cars that are parked on the street at midnight, and the number of cars that are parked on the street at noon. And we've essentially subtracted one from the other to say, well, assuming that everybody that's there at midnight is, with the exception of a few venture capitalists, they probably live here, they don't work here, and everybody else is coming here during the day and they work here, then that's the delta that we're looking at. And the residents have done a similar calculation, and we, city staff and residents, came up with essentially the same ballpark numbers. So the residents were quite pleased with this and developed a calculation that said, if we allocate 20% of the spots, then we're good. And so the sort of perceived simplicity of it, was kind of compelling, I think. But we have the same concerns about the process by which we would need to actually physically allocate those spots. There's a lot of community outreach, as you just pointed out, that would need to go, because nobody wants those spots in front of their house, I'm assuming. And then we also, I believe that we do need to iterate around exactly what that number should be. It may be 20%, it may be 32%. It may be 15%. I don't think we know. And I also think that as our TMA gets up and running, as we start to really push our other transportation programs to be a little more robust, the system is going to change. And so we like the idea of making the program a little more nimble, I think, which is essentially what the second proposal does allow for. So thank you for that comment.
Thanks. And then I forgot the report, but I was reading it and I was a little confused. There was a proposed allocation where it seemed like if you had no driveway or garage through something like, I think the phrase was no fault of their own, you'd get 1 permit, but then other people would get 2 permits. I didn't quite follow the logic. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do. That was, this is an attachment to the staff report, which we summarize all the stakeholder proposals. And that was a proposal that one group had put forth, basically saying, if there's a resident that's lacking parking compared to the others, they should actually just get a permit for free. And actually the group did not, the straw vote actually shot down that idea. But everyone more or less agreed that residents should get 2 permits and should pay for 2 permits per household.
Okay, and so let's take an example of a house that has no driveway, no parking, a house that has a driveway, and a house that has a driveway and a garage. Do they all get the same number of permits?
Yes.
Okay, it's based on 1 permit, 1 residence, not how many people live in it or the size of the house.
Correct.
Or anything like that. Got it.
Yeah.
And then I know there's also this reference you made tonight about transferring to guests. So 2 questions are, one, I think there was some discussion about, well, why not let people sell them on the open market? If they don't have a car, then why shouldn't they get a permit and then they can sell the thing potentially at a profit? And then also, if that isn't the case, if you're not going to allow them to do that, then how do you avoid them having lots of guests to whom they're selling the permit rights?
Right. So these are the issues we're looking at with the type of enforcement we'd be using. If we do end up going with the LPR enforcement, all guest or visitor permits are tied to, everything actually is tied to a license plate for a specific amount of time in the case of a visitor or a resident. So there's, you essentially have to register it with that license plate.
Okay, although it still seems that if it's not our intent to let people sell them, people could still say, oh yeah, I have tons of relatives and they all come, every week I get a new guest coming and I need a permit for the permit to be used by them.
Yeah. So, I mean, the guest permit would just be a day pass. So it would essentially expire each time, I guess.
Oh, okay. I thought there was something that there was a transfer guest. So you let your guests use your permit. No? Anyway, we don't need to get into the weeds.
I understand where you're going with it, but yes. I think the purpose of that was just to say there's a desire that everybody wants these to be transferable. The physical reality of how we end up doing it is going to depend on enforcement and things we're not quite complete with.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So I think we could probably be close to being done, but I just have a few more questions, and maybe we can just make sure everybody has all their questions or potential feedback to you that they've provided. One question I had was that not all cars are the same size. And is this program based on sort of a standard parking space and a standard car? Or, for example, if somebody had like a subcompact or a smart car or something, that seems to be like a good thing that you'd want to encourage somehow. And if somebody had like a really long car, that you'd want to think that would be kind of a bad thing, and you'd want to like charge them extra. I mean, have you worked in those variables?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, and that's, I'm not sure, it's good information, it has a lot of potential impacts, and so I'm not sure we've fully thought through where all the impacts are. We have inventory numbers of parking spaces that are based on a prescribed length, which is generally it's 20 feet, 18 feet at the end of the curb and 20 feet in the middle. I have definitely seen 2 smart cars jammed into a 20-foot spot. On the other hand, I've seen people with, giant trucks that take up a spot and a half. So,
Well,
if you have thoughts about that, I'd love to hear them.
I think Commissioner Keller at some point in pre-commission was talking about developing sort of a learning model. I mean, you have parking 1.0 and RPP 2.0, and it'll get better. But I think as you get, and maybe you have tools that may be computerized or in the software or whatnot, but if you basically get to the point where you can have the granularity of linear feet of curb that's needed for cars, and you can actually give some preference to people who are virtuous in the sense of having cars that take up less linear feet to park, then that's pretty sophisticated, but maybe someday that would be of use. And the other question I had, and this kind of relates to personal experience, I guess I don't have to recuse myself because I'm living just outside of your district. And in my neighborhood, there's not so much of the problem, although it's close to to Rinconada Park and the Art Center, when they have like the art festival, when they sell all this, then the parking on our street all sort of gets taken up by people who are coming to that event. Or they have a swim meet or something, the same sort of thing happens. And it's infrequent, so we just deal with it. But on a normal day, our house and our two neighbors on either side and across the street all behave quite differently. And this is probably something that goes on all through the various parking districts. And so on one side is a house which has an alley behind. And so that's access from a different street, and there's two adults, and now there's just one adult, one driving offspring in the house, and their three cars are, as far as I can tell, like never parked in the alley. They always park in the street. Okay. The house on the right has a long driveway, and there's a garage in the back, which I think has been converted to be a residence. So I don't think they actually use that for parking cars anymore, but they can actually park on their driveway, which they do a pretty good job of. But sometimes their cars are on the street because going down this long driveway next to their house is, isn't always convenient. So that's different behavior. In our house, we built, like I said, a snout house. There's a garage in front, and it's big enough for two cars, and we actually park cars in the garage. But there's also a driveway in front, so we could actually park two cars in the driveway, and then we could park cars in the curbside. So in some ways, we sort of mitigate the neighborhood parking problem because we easily park in our garage and seldom park on the street, except sometimes we park on the street because it's easier. But just the experience, and the people across the street are in entirely different situations, and there's all these different permutations of how people are living and using their house and their driveway and their cars. And that's got to be really tough in terms of coming up with, like a one-size-fits-all program. And how do you build that into your standards?
Yeah, I think those are great points, and this was actually something that was discussed and voted on, and the group felt that they acknowledged that everyone has a different situation and that myriad situations exist, but that there has to be some sort of leveling mechanism, and so generally the consensus was that was an okay. It would be okay to say you can have two permits, and there was also a provision that people liked that said you could buy more permits if they cost more. So that was another thing that came out of that discussion. That may not be something we can ultimately do, but there was that discussion as well. From my perspective, I lived in San Francisco for 8 years and paid $10 every year to drive my car around the block for 45 minutes looking for a parking spot, and that's just part of life. And it's part of the experience that I had living there, and I barely ever drove my car. And that was just sort of the way it was. And so there's definitely a shift that's happening here, and I think that the group is recognizing that things are changing, and we do need more transit options, and in some ways we're all used to having our cake and eating it too. So I guess I don't have a great perfect answer for how we address all the different situations, but I think people recognize that there needs to be some sort of parity.
So thank you. Vice Chair Keller?
Yeah, a few simple things. So firstly, there was one other idea that I had that I didn't mention about topic one, which is what is the priority for the employee spots that you allocate, the employee permits? And it seems to me that there's a natural priority for that. The first priority is that you give priority to the businesses actually located in downtown North or SoFA. That if they're located there, they should have priority over the businesses located in downtown. First. Secondly, the priority should be for retail businesses located in the downtown core. And the reason is they tend to be lower income and they tend to not be as more part-time, and they tend to be have more issues in terms of parking in the garages. And because these permits would be floating, the retail employees would be more likely to take advantage of that. The third priority, last, is other businesses in downtown that are not retail oriented. For which, typically they're more static employees, not always, but typically more static and more likely to be able to wait out and get a permit in the downtown garages. So it seems to me that priority list would make sense. Secondly, with respect to car size, and I actually have a preference for standard marked spaces that are 20 feet long and marked with the T junction things or corners saying where the spot starts, where the spot ends, because you may have a person who parks a smart car in the middle of somewhere, and then somebody parks a larger car in front and a larger car in back, and the smart car leaves, and then you have a hole. And so you wind up, I'm wondering if there are studies in terms of whether spaces are more efficiently used with markings like this or haphazard park wherever you want. And one of the reasons that this is actually interesting is because if somebody's living in say a 60-foot wide lot with a 20-foot wide driveway and does not want somebody parking in front of their house that's a non-resident, then you park your 20-foot car in the middle of the 40-foot curb there, and nobody can park in front of you and nobody can park behind you, and then you essentially move your cars in order to be able to get both of them there, essentially reserving the space. And that's not according to Hoyle, but people do that. So I think that hogging on spaces that way does not make sense. So I would be a fan of having fixed marked spaces. However, there are some times that you find driveways that have 10, 12 feet between them. And a smart car could legally park there. So I have no problems with smart cars parking in small spots where a 17-foot car wouldn't fit and would get ticketed because they're blocking a driveway. That being said. Okay. The next thing is there are some number of large group houses located in downtown North or downtown or SoFA or Professorville. And it seems to me that the idea is not that we simply allow anybody to buy extra resident permit spaces, permit parking, if you will. But it might, maybe you do, but maybe you also say that if you have demonstrated need, in other words, if you have a 5 or 6 bedroom old house and you've got, 5 or 6 unrelated adults living there, which is legal, that's an exception in which, if there are multiple people have cars, that might make sense doing it. And if you think about a group house like that and you have issued 2 permits at X price and 4 permits at Y price, I could just imagine the arguments as to who gets the X price and who gets the Y price. So do think about that. That's a situation in which extra permits are justified and in which there might be some exception process for handling that. And I don't think there will be that many cases, but for that case it makes more sense than doing it by pricing. And it seems to me that in terms of residences, I think that limiting it by pricing is not the strategy that I would like. But in terms of businesses, pricing based on demand does make some sense, as long with tiered pricing. So thank you very much for a lot of hard work, and I look forward to. I'm not sure, when does this come back before us again?
You'll see it on September 10th.
In terms of the ordinance.
Yeah, it'll be in action on the ordinance and the downtown program design.
Great. So thank you very much, and I'm sorry you had to wait through the earlier discussion to give us this. And I look forward to this solving the problem for the residences and leading towards a solution to the transportation and parking problem in general in downtown and elsewhere. Thank you.
Commissioner Tanaka.
I'll keep it brief. So actually, I like the chair's idea. I never heard of it before about doing it by car size, but I have actually seen people have RVs, and they take up like 3 spots, and so that's actually a good point. And there's the carpooling where you get to go to carpooling if you have an EV vehicle. Maybe you get a break if you have a smart car. Interesting idea. And then in terms of, I didn't talk about this before, but in College Terrace, we had the debate of, well, should we do the whole terrace? Should it be just one face, block face? I think, even though this is a little bit counterintuitive, I think block face by block face makes more sense, just because if someone is affected, they'll quickly want to vote part of it. And it's hard sometimes to convince everyone. So I think, in my mind, that makes more sense. And one thing I don't think we talked about much, but maybe it's solved already, but what about the transfer of permits? So if someone leaves a company, is that solved now? I mean, how do we solve that problem? If someone's at a company and they leave and they have a...
It's not solved now. I think we're ideally hoping to solve it with better permit management, kind of moving forward. But that is a goal of ours, to be able to transfer permits within a company.
It isn't an issue for on-street. It's only an issue for off-street because of privatization of permits as it relates to the bond sales permits, or the bond sales that we use to finance the garages. But if we're talking about transferable permits for on-street solutions, that isn't an issue.
Okay.
So thanks very much. I think when we talked about this in pre-commission, I said I was very impressed by the work that you're doing with the stakeholder group. And I oftentimes try to take a look at the material we get to see if I can think of anything that you haven't already thought of, and you really exceeded my expectations, and very, very creative use of the stakeholder group. One last question before we let you go. You didn't really ask us for feedback on enforcement, but I had a question about that, and that was that. So part of this is the opportunity to induce sort of collective behavior in the city, which causes us to be better citizens and more efficiently utilize our common resources. When I came to the pre-commission meeting yesterday, I had to park in the street because I couldn't find parking down below. And when I came out, I had found a parking space, but there was a 20-minute loading zone right in front of me, and the lady who parked there got a ticket. So I watched her go through the whole sort of emotional experience of getting a ticket, and it was really graphic. It was like, great unhappiness. And so I just got in my car and drove away. I didn't know what to say. So the question is, what in terms of enforcement is possible to do and that's reasonable to do that will actually get people to, to behave the way that's in their best interest and everyone else's best interest? And is it simply giving citations if they're where they shouldn't be, or maybe the second citation is more expensive than the first citation and the third citation is even more expensive than that? Or do you want to do impoundment, use the Denver boot or something, or start towing cars? But what is it that actually gets people to do what is in their best interest and makes this program work? And is it because I have this image of some people who are sort of scofflaws will have like a big pile of tickets and they'll just kind of ignore them until they get arrested or something. You don't want that. But has this come up in the stakeholder group?
I think that hasn't come up specifically. However, we've discussed, we've been talking to various private enforcement companies just about the social aspect of the ticketing process and who are these people in, in suits that aren't police officers running around giving us tickets and those sorts of things. Because there is that sort of component to it as well from the community perspective. And there's this sort of culture of, they call these people ambassadors, where they're not just sort of parking people. They're actually there to give information about the community and, downtown and this and that. Specifically about the citations, we haven't discussed that, but I think those are good ideas. We can certainly kind of get into that a little more. I do have to say that, the places where we, the Crescent Park No Overnight program and even College Terrace to some extent, we do give a lot of tickets to residents that either the permit wasn't displayed correctly or whatever, they forgot it or something like that. And so that's, it's just part of the deal when you do a program like this, is there's going to be that percentage that is like that woman you saw.
Well, thank you for the excellent work. Please keep it up. We could keep you here all night, I'm sure. And Vice Chair Keller would really like to have you stay a little bit later.
Thank you. I think that, not that I want you to stay a little later, but in terms of the comments about RVs, it seems to me I wouldn't want non-residential RVs around. But in terms of RVs, if you take up 2 parking spaces, get 2 permits.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. On our agenda, we have some minutes to approve. We have 3 sets of minutes to approve. And the dates are April 30th, May 14th, and May 28th, which we received electronically. And not all of us were at all of these meetings, but...
I so move as amended.
Okay. Second? Okay, so please vote in favor of any meeting that you attended. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Done. Any staff announcements?
On the thing, who made the motion, who second?
Keller, King. Okay. Any further announcements?
No staff announcements.
Thank you. We're done. Adjourned at...
I have Commissioner...
in June. The council is not meeting in July, so we will decide who's going to represent us in August later.
Yes, I just want to say that the council dealt with the sidewalk width ordinance, and they basically felt it was a larger issue. It would have been better if we had gotten the staff, the council colleagues' memo, because we would have considered what their intent was better. But they essentially decided to defer most of it for the Palo Alto process. However, they are looking at some of the issues in terms of reducing the, I believe the ordinance, the motion involved reduction of the Bill 2 lines that consider that. So some of that may come back sooner.
So I understand that the appeal by Fred Balin relative to the street width on the Stanford project was taken off the consent calendar, is going to be heard by the council as an appeal. Kara, you want to tell us about that?
Yes, it's currently scheduled for June 23rd in front of the City Council, and that hearing will be held in conjunction with the hearing on the tentative map that this body recommended.
Okay. That's it. Thank you very much. 10:19.